Sorry. Oh my god! We're moving away the things that might actually. All right, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2. Ready? Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more. Oh, that's kind of nice. Ooh. Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No!
I'm turning this
My collar!
All right, this is
my collar!
Pet dog!
I broke my computer screen. I broke my computer. This is my computer now. Okay, we're gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this. I don't have anger issues.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yes.
We're live, Dina.
Hello and welcome everybody to this fantastic morning of Sunday afternoon. How are you doing? I'm Women's Grandmaster Dina Belenkaya, and alongside with me is the amazing Grandmaster Jon Ludwig Hammer. Hello, Mr. Hammer. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, Dina. I'm hoping we can resolve some of the technical issues. But what the people don't know is that Andrea's camera, which is the good camera, it literally only started working half a minute ago. So we're crossing all our fingers that things are gonna work out in the end. In the meantime, while Andrea's opponent, this little girl, Maddalena, she has played pawn to d4, and Andrea is off trying to fix the technical difficulties. Alexandra, on the other hand, has already raced her way into the start of this opening. So the moves have actually come in quicker than I've managed to stay on top of them. So let's just start from the beginning. Alexandra plays pawn to d4, which is her usual start. Her opponent plays into the Benke Gambit, which is an opening Alexandra actually had prepared very well recently, because it is the opening Jules Gambit played against her in the previous tournament. So Alexandra has just been rehashing those lines because they were pretty good for white. The way we beat a gambit is by accepting it. So Alexandra just takes every pawn that she can, and the game progresses with the black bishop coming in, pointing down towards the white king, but white just allows this trade to happen. Alexandra loses her right to castle the king, but she's up a pawn, so she doesn't really mind too much. And both of them are playing at quite a high pace here. Pawn to d6, pawn to g3, bishop out on the diagonal, king, knight up, king castles, king up. So Alexandra didn't castle, which is her normal style, but she is getting her king to the right-hand side of the board in a slightly unorthodox way, but we'll approve this as her sentiment is in the right place. Also, Dina, did you catch the moves on Andrea's board?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You want me to give them to you?
Yes, please.
All right. So I think it was a D. Okay, chat, help me, chat.
Okay, I got it. D4, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, bishop g7. So Andrea remains true to her King's Indian, even if the results haven't really been quite how she had envisioned before this European tour. Pawn to e4, white takes full control in the center of the board with the pawns. And then d6, knight f3, castles, bishop e2. This is the classic old school main line. And Andrea's opponent is turning out to be a fan of the classics despite her young age.
A fan of the classics. Nice. Mr. Hammer, what do you think about your students' preparation so far? Are you you said that Alexandra had this prepared for Jules' Gambit, so does it mean that you are confident here?
Well, actually, she's using Benzea prep.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Is that
'cause
allowed?
Benzea is the one who prepared her Benka Gambit against Jules the previous tournament. And basically, I'm a bit of a lazy guy. I'll be the first to admit that. Chess is really the only thing where I'm not super lazy. But if I see a possible shortcut, I'll still take it. So I basically told Alexandra last night that I looked over Bensea's prep and I thought it was quite good and that she should just do whatever he said. And then Alexandra said, "Oh, I actually remember a lot of that because that was quite recent that I did that prep." And so I actually haven't done any coaching work today because I just left it to Bensea's leftovers. Yeah.
Leftovers. Interesting the way you put it. But I mean, Hammer, you did look at it and you approved, and Benzea's preparation turned out to be good. So that's I think that's a compliment. That's a fair compliment to Alex Benzea. There we go. And who's also preparing Andrea for this tournament. And yeah, this is exciting. And let me remind everybody that this is a very special event because it is sponsored by Coinbase. And every round we're gonna have at least 1,000 in giveaways. And if one of the sisters wins, we get extra 1,500. So make sure to use the commands raffle and the Coinbase throughout the whole stream. We're gonna have lots of cash today in crypto. Overall 20,000 for the tournament. And yeah, well, Benko Gambit is a good opening because you start with white with an extra pawn. I'm quite happy here for Alexandra. I am a very skeptical person when it comes to King's Indian War, though, in regards to Andrea. But let's see, what is this Queen E8?
Queen E8 is also Benzea prep.
Oh.
And Andrea actually played it in I don't remember whether I think it was Reykjavik. She played this and she basically she knew the right plan and she chose to invent something new on her own. So the previous time Andrea played this opening was the time Benzea learned about Andrea's ability to disregard. I'm not sure how I'm gonna put this. Her free spirit, no, her free thought in making her own assessments rather than trusting the people she literally hired to give her advice. But I took it up with her after the game, and she expressed a desire to utilize the plans that she had been taught on the next occasion. So this might be one such opportunity. And I looked over this Benzea prep as well, because he was also recommending this for Alexandra. So I got to I got this whole week, Dina. I've gotten to just play through a lot of Bensea prep, and I kind of like this Queen E8.
Okay.
I think it's okay.
Wow. I'm curious what Banzea would think had he heard this right now. We got a lot of compliment to Alex for his grind. That's impressive. I didn't expect that. That's a good start. I mean, honestly, that's a great start. Yeah, who would have thought? But to be honest, your ability of being a good coach has nothing to do with your rating. That I can tell you for sure. Like, it's not because you're a grandmaster or it makes you a better coach than an international master. And sometimes international master can be a better coach than a grandmaster.
And just because you're a bad chess player doesn't mean you're a good student. You can be a bad chess player and a bad student at the same time. So if we're gonna be shit talking grandmasters just for just because, I want to make sure that people understand it's also works the other way around.
Or you can be a great student and a very bad player. You can be the best student and try so hard, but still don't understand shit.
Okay. And you can gain a lot of rating and still have a lot of misconceptions about the game.
That's true. You can be a very high rated and like a good player and don't know anything about the game.
Maybe. I think we may have gone off the rails a little there.
Right. Exactly. Andrea's opponent replied with, I
Bishop
don't.
G5.
Ooh, nice. That's a nice one.
It's a bit unusual to go with the bishop to G5 in general, but I think this move is going to take Andrea out of her preparation. The most common move is just to castle immediately.
Right.
And bishop to G5, very often when you make this move, it's to point the bishop down towards the black queen.
Yeah, right. Sort of pin the knight, but here it's no longer pinned, so it's definitely for us in our favor.
I would think so.
I
And
like
now
that.
the king remains in the center of the board. Maybe that can be exploited. And also the bishop is not protecting in towards the white center. So maybe that is something we can benefit from. I'm expecting Andrea to push pawn to e5, which is one of the key ideas of this queen move. So the queen offers support to the pawn as it advances. And yeah, I think Andrea is out of her prep early, which is not that great for her since her time management usually isn't that great. But on the other hand, her opponent played a move that's probably not the best, which is why it's not in her preparation.
Ooh, what is this? Knight to g4 in Alexandra's game.
Yeah, so Alexandra's opponent is opening up for the bishop on the long diagonal. And he's also thinking about getting the knight to this e5 square, and potentially also even further to the c4 square. But I don't think this should worry Alexandra too much. I think she's just going to continue her main plan, which is going to be something like queen to c7, c2 and knight to b5. And Alexandra is very likely to remain a pawn up for a very long time in this game.
Nice. Yeah, in Benko Gabe, you kind of really want to capitalize on that pawn, and Black, on the other hand, needs to do something fast, kind of to gain the initiative. Otherwise, long term, you're just a pawn down, and it's gonna become a queen.
So
Man.
so far so good for the girls.
Oh yeah, agreed. Coach can have a peaceful commentary.
Yeah, no, it's when we're in trouble, just straight out of the opening, it does put some pressure on the coach. To say that the work being done may not have been good enough. Alexandra does play Queen C2. I think Alexandra is pretty comfortable with her plans. She's spent some time looking at these variations, and she knows that very often she goes Queen to C2, where the Queen offers protection to the pawn on B2, also offers protection to the C4 square. And then she often puts the knight on B5, where the knight is essentially just trying to block black's potential of pointing down the side of the board with their rooks.
Nice. Well, what can black try? I guess, as you said, trying to go to e5. Maybe play like something like queen b6, rook to b8, something like that. I don't know if it's worth trying to attack the king, the g2 king, because the white king, obviously. I mean, it kind of looks like this castle looks artificial, but there is no one to attack. Like even the h pawn, if it goes up. He did something. I think he put the knight to e5, right?
Yeah, I guess that was his idea. When he went knight to g4, it feels like his plan was going to be to move the knight further in afterwards. So he has played knight to e5, and now Alexandra needs to deal with the threat to her knight.
Right. Bum, 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 bum. We probably want to do something like knight d2. I would say we don't want to trade because your opponent, black, here has less space. So
Yeah. No, and that's a really, really big decision, right, Dina?
Mm-hmm.
Do you make this trade or do you try to avoid it?
Or maybe knight e. No, yeah, knight e1 is like. I think knight d2. It looks passive, but next you can play f4. And then knight to c4. So it should be good. Knight d2 and f4 and then knight to c4. And kicking the knight away. And once the knight is kicked, maybe we can even drop it. But we need to be careful not to blunder the queen. Because let's say they do something like that, we do that, or we do that, and we think that we trap the queen, then we lose the... We trap the knight, but we lose the queen. This is the Botez gambit. Don't do that. But instead, we have the beautiful knight c4, so this is not making any sense. I would actually be worried about knight to b6. Why are you smiling, dear
No,
grandma?
I'm so terrified the boards are gonna break, Dina.
The boards are gonna break?
Yeah. No, it's fine.
Wait, from my commentary or...
Yeah, no, just from moving around. We'll
Oh,
see.
and then the rook to e1. That is... I actually would expect something like this, for real. But this is the worries, like, we probably shouldn't rush with f4, because then I don't know if bishop c3 and knight a4 is a threat. You don't want to give away this bishop. Maybe don't
Yeah,
let...
so I think to me it's not clear that we want to avoid this trade because I would be a bit concerned that this knight is then blocking the access for the bishop into the game. And it's not entirely clear to me that we need to avoid making the trade. And in fact, Alexandra has made the trade, which I think is fine. And then after knight takes e5, what I do not think is acceptable is what Alexandra just did. He plays pawn to f4, which I think is just way too aggressive in this position.
Okay, f4. Knight to g4.
Well, he went knight to d7.
Oh. What? Who would ever do that?
I think knight d7 is fine. You're trying to play on the queen side.
Okay.
So you may hope to go pawn c4, knight to c5 in the future. So knight d7, I think, makes a lot of sense. But what I don't think makes sense is Alexandra playing pawn to f4. And I'm starting to realize maybe this is one of her weaknesses. That she tends to be more too aggressive with her pawns. And here it's like, yeah, the knight was well placed on e5, but at the same time, it was standing in the path of the bishop.
Right.
So it's not entirely clear that this was the perfect placement for the knight. Whereas after f4 and the knight stepping back, my concern is that the white king will be poorly protected in the long run. And I can see some kind of scenario in the future with maybe the black queen trying to get in behind the white pawns. And that could be a serious problem for the king.
Ooh. So even though there are not so many pieces on the board, in this particular situation, f4 is actually weakening white's king.
I mean, I think it's probably weakening the king in any position as long as the queens are still on the board.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
But I guess, I mean, it's not like a game-changing thing, but I do think it's slightly on the overly aggressive scale. I'd much prefer to see her execute these standard plans of going knight to b5 and then moving the bishop out to the c3 square, because that's going to be one of the things Alexandra is the most concerned about, this black bishop pointing down towards the queen side. And then you're going to want to trade that off if possible.
So you suggest here, right? Instead of playing f4, just make kind of like knight b5 and bishop d2 plan.
Yeah.
Even now, right? Because if we start with bishop d2, we probably might run into knight c4.
Yeah, so knight b5 first. The queen will then take control of the c4 square. And then I can use my bishop and point the bishop down towards the black bishop.
That's interesting. Some high-level strategy here. See, chat, you should not rush with your decisions. But what you should rush with is with using the commands Coinbase and Raffle, because today we are driving the cash of $1,000 giveaway. And if you get at least one win by the sisters, if we get at least one win by the sisters, we're gonna multiply the cash in 3 by giving away 2,500. So make sure to use those commands. Coinbase is the sponsor of this tournament. And now that Alexandra is thinking after knight d7, maybe she realized what has just happened.
Well, she just played b3. And b3 I really dislike. And part of the reason why I really dislike this is, are you the one jumping around on the board, Dina?
I'm just promoting so that she don't lose it, because it's our game.
Okay. Well, can you go to the current position?
Yeah, b3.
Yeah, that is not what's on the board right now.
Oh.
So after knight to e5, we had the trade. Takes back. Alexandra chose to hit this knight immediately, push the knight back. And then she plays b3. And what I really dislike about this b3 move is that it makes it more difficult to go knight b5 afterwards. Very often in these benkas, you're scared about black's ability to put pressure down the b file. That's kind of why black gave away this pawn to begin with, to try and have the pressure from the two rooks.
Mm-hmm.
From the two rooks on the queen side. By playing b3, Alexandra is making it so that she cannot go knight to b5 for the next couple of moves because of the rook being in trouble. And so I'm slightly scared that Alexandra now is going to face some trouble with her opponent starting an early pressure against the white queen side. For instance, I'm intrigued by something like queen to b6. Alexandra is going to go bishop b2. She's trying to make the trade between these two bishops. And now something like c4 could be quite interesting. Sacrificing this pawn to make sure that white's pawns are now unable to defend each other on the queen side. White is going to have to capture. And then something like rook to c8, putting pressure on this pawn. There's pressure from the bishop on the diagonal, pressure from the queen along the side of the board. And now you're starting to realize why maybe playing pawn f4 was a bad idea, because this black queen can also try to get into the e3 square, where it's going to be uncomfortably close to the white king.
Damn. You broke it all down. Bits and pieces. That's beautiful. You know, Hammer, I just started playing d4 myself, so I'm actually learning a lot here.
Yeah. Do you face the Benko often?
Well, I just had my first classical over-the-board Benko in Reykjavik, or how do you say it in Norwegian? The capital of Norway.
Capital of Iceland.
The capital of Norway, Reykjavik. Okay. This is looking interesting. Do we have some update on Andrea's board in the meantime?
Yeah, so let me just put Alexandra's board back to the current position. He just played b3. And in the meantime, on Andrea's board, we've had quite a few moves. So after bishop to g5, Andrea did decide to push forward in the center. Pawn to d5 was white's response. And in the Benzea prep, which Andrea definitely does have access to, he basically says whenever pawn to d5, I'm pretty sure he wants to go for an immediate attack on the e4 pawn.
Nice.
That's how I recall it, Dina.
Okay.
And now I feel like it's more interesting doing commentary on Andrea's games now that I know her preparation.
Really? Is it more interesting for you now?
Maybe not more interesting, but at least I feel more knowledgeable about what I'm talking about. And when Andrea says, maybe I messed up some moves in the opening, I can now go, yes, you absolutely did, instead of saying to her that, maybe.
So you actually cannot wait for the moment where you're gonna show her how she was wrong and you were right.
I mean, at the very least, every time she baits me with that, no, this was in the file, I just, I just didn't remember precisely. I'm going to be able to say, no, this move was in the file. What you did was absolutely not. And yeah, I'm gonna get the opportunity to strike back at her flimsiness.
Rebelliousness, right?
So after this d5 move, she did not go for the attack on the e4 pawn. Instead, she's played the move h6, attacking the bishop. The bishop steps back, and now quite a controversial choice, I think. She went pawn to g5.
Hmm. In the
Um,
style of I don't know what is this style. Sometimes you play this against London. I played it against Andrea.
yeah, I feel like oftentimes when you do this, you don't have the pawn on e5 though, because the pawn on e5 is blocking your dark squared bishop. And by putting all your pawns on the dark squares, it makes this bishop less than optimal. But my main concern about this move is that you lose out on one of the best things about the King's Indian, which is especially when your opponent has played this pawn to d5, there's no more tension between the pawns in the center. And that means it's now a race for who can get more pawns involved to put pressure in against the center. White often tries to go with the pawn to c5 to put pressure in towards the d6 pawn. But black has one of these plans as well. Black goes pawn to f5, trying to put pressure in towards the center, or maybe even just pushing further forward. And one of the reasons pawn to g5 feels to me like it's quite a significant mistake is because here she could have just moved her knight to the edge of the board and then tried to follow up with something like f5 afterwards. And one of the big benefits of this is that she still has the option of recapturing with a pawn. Okay, here it doesn't work because there's two pieces pointing here. But say she goes knight f4 first, and then f5, and then we can see this idea that if white ever captures the black pawn, we can recapture with our pawn and have very good control with a pawn in towards these two central squares. Whereas now, when Andrea plays the move g5, anytime she follows up with f5 in the future, her opponent is just going to capture the f5 pawn, and then Andrea has no pawn to recapture. So she's going to have to take back with the bishop. But as a result of this, now there's this square. Apparently, that's not a good move. But there's this square. Let's go knight to d2. The square on e4. There's no black pawns that can take control over this square, which means that long term, white is going to try to put their knight there, and there's nothing you can do about it. And you have no way of kicking that knight out. And that is one of the main reasons for concern in Andrea's position right now, that she's unable to play what she wants with pawn to f5 without allowing her opponent access to a very important central square.
Chad, that was a 5-minute breakdown of the whole King's Indian for both white and black. If you tell me that you don't know what to do in King's Indian after this, then you really did not listen to Coach Hammer.
Well, we need to have a chat with Andrea after the game, though.
We do. But the question is she gonna want to listen to us?
Yeah, that's quite a big question. I agree.
Yeah. But yeah, that was very good. Remember, I told you before, for those who were listening, the top of the hill. You look at the pawn structure. Here, the top of the hill is the e5, means that you're gonna push here. And for white, the top of the hill is the d5, so it means that you're gonna push here. But you gotta know how to push, because clearly this is not the way through, right? You want to have this on g6 and then have the support, as Coach Hammer explained. But, on the bright side, the knight is coming to f4. And if it doesn't get blundered, probably not. And then maybe the girl got tempted to take with the bishop, then we take with the other pawn, and then our bishop gets activated. And the e5 outpost. So who knows, Hammer? Who knows? Maybe the knight on f4 is our bright future.
Yeah. No, so I don't think it was a terrible mistake by any stretch of the imagination. But I guess my problem with this, oh, sorry, I'm making moves on the wrong board. My problem with this is that she could have gotten the knight to f4 without giving up the opportunity of having this pawn to recapture on f5. So if getting the knight to f4 was the main objective of her plan, then she could have done so immediately without playing pawn to g5, which loses the flexibility of her future pawn pushes.
Yeah, I guess there is something like in the nature of Andrea that whenever she sees an opportunity to attack her opponent's piece, she just cannot miss it. It's that drive that you get when you play chess.
And she just can't avoid pushing her pawns forward.
Yeah.
So what are we expecting next then? After g5, bishop back, knight h5. If the girl goes castles, are we expecting Andrea then to go a5?
Which would be a great move, by the way, a5. But a5 would be a good move here.
Yeah.
Knight f4, I think f4. But it's just something you see that you can attack. You can attack this guy. Like, why? Okay. I'm a drama queen, I know, but I can see Andrea doing this. Yeah.
Okay. Andrea is actually being provoked now into playing good moves. Her opponent played knight to d2, opening up for the bishop to attack the knight on the edge of the board. And we're expecting Andrea to go knight to f4 pretty quickly, after which she will be attacking this g2 pawn.
Right. And this is the best situation that we can ever get, right? When you are asked to do the right move. And we had it yesterday with Andrea when she almost got her queen trapped, but she didn't, because her opponent chose the knight on b4 instead of d5, if you remember, guys. I mean, Hammer remembers for sure. But this is the best situation for us commentators, because this is when we can not be worried. Up!
Oh gosh, Dina.
What? Oh my god! What did I just see? Oh shit.
So the only good thing about Andrea's position here was that white had this bishop that's pretty much buried alive. Andrea's put all her pawns on the dark squares, which means that her bishop is really, really bad. But part of the reason she can live with this really bad bishop is because white also has a really bad bishop, because the white bishop is being blocked out of the game by the black pawns. So when Andrea now captures the bishop, number one, she allows her opponent to open up the H file down towards the black king, which is not great. But it also trades off the worst placed white piece against the best placed black piece. And I'm calling this piece the best placed because it did have the option of going to the f4 square, where it's going to be impossible to chase away, and where any time the white bishop captures the knight, then we're going to be able, like Dina explained earlier, to open up the diagonal for our bishop. So we are happy to allow the trade between the bishop and the knight as long as we manage to open up for our bishop in the same trade. So there's a huge difference between these two pieces being traded off and the bishop having its beautiful diagonal pointing down the board, and what Andrea did, which is trading in a way that opens up the H file for the rook, but keeps this pawn standing in the way of the bishop. And Andrea is now basically strategically lost. Because she has no control of the light squares. Her bishop has been buried alive, and her opponent has some attacking ideas along the edge of the board. Do you think I'm being too strict, Dina?
Man, I'm so disappointed. I cannot understand what was going through her mind. I mean, how many times did we discuss it? Like this bishop, even Chad knows. It's not a bishop. It is not a bishop. It's a big, big, big. What is it? It's a pawn. Exactly. It's a big pawn. Plus, didn't your mama tell you that knights belong to f4, f5, c4, and c5? It's literally the best squares. This is an outpost. And yes.
In Andrea's defense, I do not think Mama Botez told her that.
Well, her papa, but I mean, come on. Okay, yes, the bishop would be trading, but you cannot be seriously comparing these positions. Plus, you get the e5 square, and like in general, it's just come on. You're playing King's Indian. This is the basics, the basic plans, and just seeing this, it kills me inside because. It's one of those moments that I literally have nothing to add to Hammer's description, not because he's good at what he says, but it's just because, I mean, show me a person who doesn't understand how bad it is. All right.
So to answer my question, no, you don't think I was too harsh. In fact, you may even say I was not harsh enough.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just I thought we were better than that. I thought we but yeah, okay. No. Okay, I need to switch to See Hammer. Andrea follows the basics of the Russian school of chess. Whenever you play with the kids, with youth to the endgame, you always need to go to the endgame. So Andrea is changing pieces to go to the endgame. Plus, she got a 2 bishop advantage in the most closed position ever.
And everyone knows the bishops are great in closed positions.
The bishops are the strongest pieces in the closed positions.
Famously, there is a saying that even the best knight, no, even the worst bishop is better than the best knight.
Yes, the famous saying, the worst bishop is better than the best knight. Man. Well, in this case, Hammer, it's gonna be even the worst knight.
You know what, Dina? There is I am about to do some copium, so bear with me, chat. But there is a way she could possibly salvage this. I don't think it's ever going to happen. But if she goes pawn to f5, and then pawn takes, do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
She can go pawn e4.
Oh, God.
And open up for the bishop again. I mean, computer is not loving it. But at least it's activating the bishop, right?
Yeah. I mean, if Andrea finds that, I regret everything. I will regret every single word I said because it would mean she has some GM level strategy out there. Imagine the knight takes and then she gets her other bishop activated, and the king is open. And the knight is attacked. Oh man, if we were to see that, I would officially call Andrea Botez a genius of chess and call my dear friend Vladimir Borisovich for mathematics and statistics.
Yeah. So does that mean you're gonna do that for me then, since it was my suggestion?
And you were saying you didn't even look at the at the engine.
Well, I think the engine really hates it.
Oh.
Because I am giving away a pawn, and like, white can just play g4 and protect this pawn. And then I was planning to go e3, but I mean, you can kind of just ignore this. But here, Andrea would be down a pawn, but she would have some chances, right? Because her knight would come. There's some good squares on this diagonal. Her knight can come try and attack this pawn. The queen is pointing down through the center of the board. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like here at least black has some activity. Whereas in this position, I think it's just this bishop on g7 is such a sad sight.
I mean, all I want to do is to just knock on Andrea's shoulder, like come into that room and ask her, why did you do that? But is the clock saying that white is thinking now?
No, it's oh, yeah, Andrea did play f5.
Oh, okay. Oh, man.
So,
Interesting.
what are the odds on pawn takes, pawn to e4?
High, very high. You know what's gonna happen? I actually want to go further. I think here Andrea's gonna do this. Knowing Andrea is gonna be like, ooh, juicy. I'm attacking. The rook is in front of the king. And then g4 comes next. Oh, wait a second. I cannot move 2 times in a row? Oh, I didn't know that. Can I do that? I mean, we wanna have fun, right? Oh, this actually doesn't work. I mean, I can see Andrea going into some crazy lines like this and kind of burn herself, kind of like, die from her own sword.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Okay.
let's hope that doesn't happen. That
Right.
she does the whole kamikaze kind of thing. I don't know. To me, it's like there's no way ever she's gonna play pawn to e4.
Mm-hmm.
After pawn takes f5, she's gonna recapture with the bishop. And the problem with recapturing is that it allows her opponent to put a knight on the e4 square. And now white is going to be very attentive to never move away from this square so that the black pawn can never move forward. And as long as the black pawn never moves forward, there's no chance for the black bishop to get involved.
I love this in a way that maybe there is a chance, if only Andrea could do 2-3 more moves, she would develop the knight to d7, knight to c5. I mean, technically for now, as long as the bishop is not traded, we still have a hope. But man, this looks so bad. Like, imagine, chat, we trade light squared bishops and we trade one knight. And then all we have is like this knight against this bishop. I mean, it would be such a humiliation, to be honest, if the 60-year-old were to show Andrea the basics of chess strategy and bad bishop versus a good knight.
I can already tell the post-game interview with Andrea is going to be spicy. I'm unhappy, but Dina is furious.
No, okay. Actually, I don't know what's happening to me because I literally we discussed this. I swear to you, chat. We had a call with the team where I was told Hammer is gonna be the bad cop. You're gonna be the good cop. You gotta talk about positive things. But it's just I'm trying. I think I will get better by the end. I'm not gonna say anything bad in the interview for sure. Now that Andrea is not listening, I still like get a chance to say what I really think, because again, seeing knight g3 happening on the board killed me inside. It kills my soul when I see my student, after all the strategy we talked about together, doing this. But
So
okay.
just to for my own sake, because I think it's famously known in the Botez chat that Andrea and it's not happening anymore. But are you saying that Andrea is uncoachable?
No, absolutely not. I actually, it's hard because I think she has such a great talent and she does so many things and she improves a lot. But it always takes me so much effort to find the right way to make her listen to me, because she genuinely does not want like to get him listen to the feedback for various reasons. But sometimes I manage and I kind of insist. I'm persistent. Sometimes I send her a message. Sometimes I tell her on the clock. I try, to start with nice, like, baby, sweetheart, love. Listen, there's one thing. You did this amazing, but just one little thing. But just please, that was a pawn. It wasn't a bishop. You needed to you were just like, you need to wash your face with some water because your eyes were covered like Hammer's eyes yesterday on the commentary. You just didn't see. You couldn't recognize, but that was a pawn. It wasn't the bishop. Why did you sacrifice your knight for a pawn? Pawn.
Yeah, no,
Pawn.
that sounds very constructive, Dina. In other news, Andrea spent less than a second playing bishop takes f5. So
shit.
she didn't consider this pawn to e4 move. And instead, her opponent has now played knight to e4. And I mean, Dina, maybe we should stop trying to coach Andrea and maybe we should coach Madalena instead. Because frankly, I'm liking what Madalena is doing. She's putting her pieces on good squares. She's controlling the light squares, and she's opening up the H file. I mean, this might be better use of our time.
I mean, I don't know, Hammer. I usually, what if I want to fix people who have issues, people who play already perfect chess, I don't see any word to fix. If anyone, Madeleine might need to coach chess, but
Oh
yeah.
wow, Chad is saying Madalena's father is a FIDE master and is her coach.
Oh wow, damn, these people.
Do you
They know
think,
how
Dina,
to
that you
roll.
can become a better chess player if your parents are chess players?
My mom is a chess coach. She coached Anish Giri.
Yeah, so that's a yes from you.
I've been playing chess since I was 3.
3 years old?
I mean, she taught me how to move pieces when I was 3.
Wow.
That I started competing since I was 5. I know, I should have become a grandmaster at the very least. Oh,
Do
wait
you
a second.
do you think that that's a
Grandmaster.
thing? If you start really, really early and you have like some chess knowledge in your family, then you're supposed to be good?
I think you're good if you have a parent with a stick behind your back, like I had all my life. I mean, all my childhood.
Can you repeat that?
I think you can become really good at any
Stick
sport.
behind your back? Is that what you said?
You're missing the point, Coach Hammer.
Okay. Well, I'm just I'm just figuring out what worked for you, and then I'm thinking maybe we can apply that to Andrea.
I
So,
think it's
do you
too late.
think like we're not being physical enough with her punishments for making bad moves?
I don't know. It's just like different kids have different nature. After Andrea told me that when her dad, Papa Botas, installed security cameras in the house so that she doesn't use her phone at the nighttime, she would find a way how to hack those cameras in the system and then go downstairs at night, grab her phone and bring her phone to bed. she has a lot of rebellious features in her character. So
I'm
I don't
starting to
know.
realize I'm the only non-Eastern European in these stories. Or is that maybe now now I'm generalizing about Eastern Europe, but stereotypes maybe are true for a reason. My Scandinavian sensibilities cannot deal with this. I started this, I kind of continued it. I regret it, Dina. Can we change the topic?
You're a Grandmaster Hammer.
Can I go get a cup of tea?
Oh, please be my guest.
Okay. Yeah. I need to digest this new information I got.
All right, everybody, and here we go. Oh, by the way, it's a beautiful moment for us to remind you the sponsor of our event, Coinbase. Do you know Coinbase? Of course you do know Coinbase because they have been a sponsor of various shows of our event. And in this tournament in particular, we have $20,000 in crypto given away to all of you, those of you who participate. Obviously, not all of you, but the most lucky ones. Make sure to use the command raffle and Coinbase to participate in the giveaway. And maybe who knows, maybe if sisters win today, we get even more. $2,500. One thing I need to remind you for sure is not to forget to use the username to email the email address that you used when you signed up, because only users with affiliate email address can participate in the giveaway. All right. And on that note, Grandmaster Hammer is digesting his
I feel a bit bad because I was encouraging it at the beginning. I just didn't know how bad it was gonna get. The worst thing that ever happened to me growing up, I guess, is I cannot relate.
Please. What was the worst thing that happened to you?
I mean, it didn't really happen to me. Like, I was treated quite nicely, and then I did not always treat other people nicely.
So that's why you became such a princess, Hammer, huh?
I learned from my mistakes, yes.
Because your parents were pampering you.
Yeah.
Do you remember how when you got COVID in Madrid, Canada's 2022, you asked me specifically to go and buy you fresh raspberries, fresh blueberries, ananas, and chicken wings at McDonald's and bring all that to your room?
It was chicken nuggets, but yes, I do remember that.
Well, at least he admitted. At least he admitted that he's a princess.
I mean, it's not wrong to be spoiled.
Right. It's not.
No, I mean, it's not.
As long as you live alone. But once another person comes into your life and you have to share, this is where the problem comes. And when imagine your kids want to share, how are you going to do with that?
I'm not an only child. Are you under the impression I'm an only child?
Yes, I was.
No, I'm not. I mean, I was maybe not a great sharer, but, we had different interests.
See, how did I spot that? He doesn't like to share. Ooh, right. Okay, I want to see what's Alexandra doing because we've done a lot of talking, but it was all off the point.
Yeah, well, nothing much has really happened in Alexandra's game. She went rook to b1, kind of addressing, rook b1. which addressed my concern about this bishop pointing down towards the rook. And now her opponent played rook to c8. And now I'm kind of okay with Alexandra's position again. Because I feel like now she can still go knight to b5 and kind of block off everything. And then my concern is what happens if pawn to c4. But I was thinking we can just go pawn to b4. But then queen to a6, and there's no way for us to defend the a4 pawn. Yeah, actually, Alexandra needs to be a bit accurate here. The threat of pawn to c4 to try and open up for this rook to point down against all of these white pieces on the c file, that's quite a serious threat. Maybe she needs to go like knight to d1.
Okay.
But that's like very high level.
Yeah. Do you wanna bring the knight to e3 and then c4? Is that the
Yes. Well, that's part of it. But my main thing is just that I want to be able to respond to pawn to c4 by going pawn to b4.
Oh,
now-
you don't want to take. Right, you don't, you're right.
So I want this pawn to remain on the board so that this black pawn is blocking the black rook from getting into the game.
Man, that's so deep. And plus, most importantly, you take control of the c5 square where they cannot stand anymore. Whereas if you were to do my impulsive mistake, then the knight on c5 would have a dream outpost. And you know, guys, that this is an outpost. You also know that this is a backwards pawn and this is an isolated pawn, which is also a passed pawn. But in this case, it's a doesn't have much potential. But yeah, b4, what a beautiful move. And plus, you get two connected passed pawns. So basically, once these babies reach the 6th rank, they would be even stronger than the rook.
Yeah. And the key thing in this is that I'm choosing not to play the knight forward. Because now after queen to a6, threatening the pawn on a4, I would be able to just push that pawn further forward. But I would not have that option if I had moved my knight forward earlier. So the big difference between going back and going forward is that if I go forward, I will not have this opportunity to go pawn to b4, because then after the queen comes to attack the pawn, I cannot continue further forward because I leave my knight unprotected. So that's the concern there. But it also means that Alexandra's current situation is a bit. Yeah, she needs to be very accurate about her moves here. She does end up going bishop to d2, which actually might be even better than what I was suggesting, because the key thing is that now after pawn to c4, she is able to play pawn to b4, and she kind of made it happen without having to retreat her knight.
Yeah, which is even better because it's more active. I agree. The only thing that we kind of need not to delay is to find a way to play bishop e3 in the future. I guess for now, queen d4 is not a problem. The queen doesn't have any severe attacks, but might be annoying. We need to watch out for these squares. But other than that, I don't think Alexandra. Yeah, I think Alexandra here is in that situation that we had already chat before, where if c4 happens, she kind of is forced to do the right move because, frankly, b takes c4 here would be equal to knight takes g3 in Andrea's game, and we all know that Alexandra is better than that.
Yeah, and I think she's playing very well now. She played very well yesterday, and I feel she's gotten off to a good start with getting this bishop to d2 move right. Her opponent is playing quickly. He played knight to b8. And now Alexandra can revert back to the plan we talked about earlier with knight to b5. She can go knight to b5 and then maybe get the rook to c1. And she's getting her pieces working together very nicely.
Yeah. I love that. Honestly, I think we're on a good start. Yeah, I remember I now have flashbacks from that game with Jules Gambit, and boy, that was a complete humiliation. So Alex has definitely good flashbacks as well, which means that she's inspired, which is great for us.
Yeah. So things are looking good for Alexandra. We also had a couple of moves in Andrea's board. And Andrea played this pawn to a5, and her opponent responded with pawn to b3, which I think is quite a clear mistake. White is putting all her pawns on the light squares, but she's doing all light squares even though she gave away her bishop that's on the dark squares. And essentially what this means is that if this knight is ever dislodged from the e4 square, Andrea is going to be able to push her pawn forward and make a sacrifice to open up for her bishop on the diagonal. And now this diagonal will be even more powerful because white doesn't have this pawn protecting the knight, which was an important part of keeping black's bishop at bay. Rather, instead, I would have liked to see something like bishop to d3 from white. Just trying to get a trade with the black bishop and further reinforcing the control of the e4 square. This e4 square is where it's all about right now. So instead, pawn to b3, and then after knight to a6, once again, I would say a mistake from Andrea's opponent twice in a row here, because queen to c2 puts that queen on the same path as the black bishop. And that just doesn't feel like what you're supposed to do. And the question is, can Andrea exploit this pin, this pressure from the black bishop against the white queen?
All right, I do have to say the situation is not as miserable as I would think it was for now. But maybe it's just optical illusion because we have still the bishops, light square bishops on the board. That was a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer this one.
Okay. Well, what do you want here from Andrea then, Dina?
No, I think it's good. I think this is good. This is by far the best thing that we could achieve so far. Man, this is the position that is currently on the board, right?
Yeah, I'm curious about the move a4.
Yeah.
So the thing about this a4 move is that it's kind of like a pawn sacrifice, but it's actually a rook sacrifice. Bear with me. So if pawn takes, well, then white's pawn structure, like we would be very happy if white no longer has that row of 4 pawns protecting each other all up the board. And this would be an isolated pawn that has a lot of pressure against it from both the black rook and the black queen. So we're not even going to consider that. Pawn to b4, that square we have under control with the knight. And if there's a potential trade here, that would generally benefit black, is my guess, although I'm not entirely sure. The critical variation against this is to take the pawn with the white knight. But now I get to execute my idea. I wanted to go knight to b4, attacking the queen. The queen has to keep the protection of the knight. So the queen doesn't really have that many options. The queen needs to step back, the only square where this knight is still protected. And then, Dina, I'm going to sacrifice my rook on the edge of the board, allowing my queen to get forward afterwards. And here, the pressure I have from my bishop towards the queen in addition to the fact that I'm threatening knight to c2, trapping the rook in the corner of the board, means that black has quite interesting play for the rook that was sacrificed.
Sacrificing the rook against the knight and the pawn. Man, if this was to happen, I would officially declare Andrea Botez as the genius of chess and call my bestie Vladimir Borisovich for mathematical and statistical backups. I mean,
Whenever
even-
you say you want to call your math teacher or whatever, is that implying that you think Andrea is cheating? Just
well,
for
that's
the
a
record.
compliment. That means that you play as good as the engine would. It's a very sophisticated way to give a compliment to someone for their play. I don't know if you.
So if
feel that.
Kramnik were to accuse you of cheating, you would think that's a compliment?
Hell yeah! You know how many times I was accused of cheating? Like, like not accused, but like how you say.
I'm starting to think
suspected.
the answer is more than what is healthy.
I mean, it's a huge compliment, man. It means like people see you play well and they're scared of you. I actually had it a couple of times when I was like 17 and I was playing like good. Once I won a tournament, like my first tournament for adults, for women. I won with like 8 out of 9, and like people, I heard rumors, and then I played another one and won the round one, like, and yeah, it's a great feeling. It means like you were so strong that people just like they didn't expect this from you. I mean, for me, any accusation of cheating is a compliment. But
I mean,
have a,
I'm guessing
Yeah.
it's a bit stressful though, being accused for no good reason.
Yeah, it must affect you. I have my own point of view on cheating, but I think it's a complicated matter. We probably shouldn't enter into this one
Okay.
unless you specifically want to.
Well, I mean, I do think this pawn to a4 is pretty cool.
Oh yeah, I mean, I love that. I mean, man, I wouldn't find it on my own, but when you pointed it out, I'm like, oh my god, that's so easy. That's so evident. This is so strong. Damn, I think this is like really, really great way of like. Remind me once again on this one. We just got we just improved this is just a dream strategy. I mean, if Andrea does that, man, I would be. So happy, so happy. I would forgive her everything, even bishop g3. Oh, wait a second. That was a pawn. Even sacrificing the knight on g3 for a pawn.
Wow. Yeah, no, that's a lot of forgiveness in one move. Okay, we're having some moves incoming on Alexandra's board. Her opponent played knight. Wait. Her opponent, Alexandra, played knight to a3, trying to
Okay.
maneuver the knight to the c4 square. And after knight to b4, Alexandra simply captured the knight. And I'm kind of liking it, Dina.
Me too. Was it a pawn takes or he's still thinking?
He's still thinking about it. I think obviously he's going to take back with the pawn, trying to open up for his rook down towards the white queen. But we get this knight on the c4 square. And what's amazing about this square is that there are no black pawns that's in a position to challenge the knight's positioning. And actually, he's taken back with the queen, but I think that's quite a serious mistake. Queen takes instead. Now there's no activity for the black rooks, and Alexandra still gets her knight to the c4 square. There's no black pieces that can challenge this knight. And Alexandra is going to be able to push pawn to e5 very soon to try and shut down the bishop's diagonal.
Man, this is a dream come
Is
true.
it just me, Dina, or is Alexandra playing very well this tournament?
Um, it is a bit too early to drive
Yeah,
any
no, I
conclusion.
agree. It's early days, but so far I feel like she's playing really well, like
You know,
properly really well. Like she might win the tournament well.
well, maybe Hammer is just like, the hustle that you go through when losing your passport, losing your flight, and all your baggage kind of gives you a wake up call and reminds you that you need to put your shit together or else you gotta get destroyed. You just go there and play your best chess ever.
She's also playing against lower elos, says Philly. I mean, she's not playing against way lower elos because right now she's playing someone who's rated the same as Andrea. And there are some people in the Botez Discord who's starting to think Andrea is as good as Alexandra, which is simply just not true. Um, and one of the most effective ways of winning rating is by beating somewhat lower rated opponents. And she's doing that quite convincingly so far. Only 1.5 games. Only 1.5 games. But what I really like about this is that her maneuvering is on point, and I really like that she's paying more attention to these outposts, places where you can put your pieces without your opponent's pawns having any chance of putting pressure against it.
Man, this is so beautiful. Is knight c4 on the board or Alex is still thinking?
Knight c4 and then rook to b8 has been
All
played.
right. Yeah, I was gonna say that just the only danger would be if Alex was considering knight b5. This would be worse because we wouldn't blockade the pawn and then it would that eventually get out. And this is way not the thing that we want to see, even though white might be still, I mean, probably not because we cannot put the rook to a1. Yeah, this is bad. So yeah, I hope everyone sees that clearly that knight should go to c4. And after rook b8, this is what we got here. Man, I don't know. This discussion between who is stronger, Alex or Andrea, let's leave it to our chat because in the meantime, we do need to remind you that the opportunity for us to be here and for girls to play this strong tournament is given thanks to Coinbase, who is the sponsor of this event. And you guys know that Coinbase is the most trusted and most secure cryptocurrency exchange on the market, used by over 140 million people globally. As supporters of the chess community, Coinbase is giving away over $20,000 in cryptocurrency throughout the whole Sardinia World Chess Festival. And viewers who enter the giveaway using the email affiliated with your Coinbase account can participate in the prizes. There will be one grand prize winner every day, which will receive $1,000 in cryptocurrency. So hurry up, chat. And if the sisters win, well, here in particular, we hope for Alexandra, we will give away $500 extra to each 3 participants. And even those who are not winners of the giveaway can already claim their $20 in Bitcoin after the first transaction by using the promo code BOTEZ20. So chat, be sure to sign up for your chance to win through the links in chat using commands Coinbase and Ruffle. How are we doing in Andrea's game ever since we lost that track? Did she find the A4 the winner move or not?
Yeah, no, A4 was not played, Dina. And surprisingly, knight to C5 was not played either. I thought if she didn't push this pawn, she would centralize her knight and try and put more pressure in towards the blockading knight on E4. That's really what Andrea is concerned about right now. She'd really like to eliminate this knight, or I not even eliminate, just get it to move so that you can push your pawn up and no longer have this black pawn blocking the bishop on g7. So she played queen to e7, and her opponent played a3. So now there's no more knight coming in to attack the queen, but I'm expecting Andrea to play the knight to c5 and get that pressure towards the e4 knight.
That's sad. That was such a beautiful moment, right? And we know absolutely for sure she could do it, but she didn't. I mean, she had absolutely the opportunity to do it. I mean, I don't blame her in this particular moment because it's a hard thing to spot. It is a hard, like, once again, I think it's easy now that Hammer pointed out to me, but I don't know if I would be able to come up with myself. I mean, it looks easy, right? But
Well, let me explain my logic behind this a4 attempt, Dina, and maybe then it becomes. At least then you can realize why my mind went there. So I was thinking knight to c5, castles, and then I was thinking pawn to a4, but then pawn to b4. My thinking was that every time I push my pawn up along the edge of the board, um, I would prefer to do it at a time when white cannot avoid the trade between the pawns, when white can just push the pawn forward. So that's kind of what led me to thinking a4 here, because now the knight is still controlling the b4 square. So now white cannot avoid this trade unless you start moving your pieces away from the center of the board.
yeah, you know what? The more I look at this position, the more I get a feeling that, like, you know, sometimes chess players lose their games because they play against their own self and they only see the game through their own perspective. They don't see the objective side. So I almost feel like it kind of like you kind of feel cool here with black. But once you start thinking from white's perspective, then you would understand what's wrong. But you have kind of these ideas in your own imaginary world, in your own dream world. They kind of work out. You have two bishops. The pawn is already on e4. The bishop is already grabbing the rook out there. And life is beautiful on the island of Sardinia. But yeah, girl, you gotta get back to the reality one day or else you're doomed.
So Alexandra did go. No, sorry. Andrea did go queen e7, and after a3, she's still thinking. So we'll let Andrea think about this. I want to go talk about something in Alexandra's board, Dina, because I believe Alexandra just made a quite significant inaccuracy. But it was a very logical one. Actually, computer is saying what Alexandra did was good. But here's my idea. So this bishop is not really threatening anything, but it does have a nice diagonal. And the bishop could potentially get into the d4 square later on.
Yeah.
So if possible, I wanted to push my pawn forward in the center to block this bishop from getting into the game. I kind of now realize that this is not something you can do just like that necessarily, because the queen can point towards the king and the pawn. And when the rook comes to protect the pawn, there are some ideas where black can try to increase. Oh, that's a bad arrow. Increase this pressure against the pawn with the queen pointing down towards the white king. Yeah, so this is what I would have liked to see Alexandra do, because I think it's a very clear way for white to try and move forward. And computer is saying that it's not completely understandable why these complications are fine for white, but it should be okay. Like somehow you're making sure that this pawn is not captured, and as long as that pawn is not captured, white is significantly better. But And this is where I'm a bit concerned for Alexandra's plan. She chose to go rook to c1, which immediately to me made a lot of sense because it's preventing the black queen from trying to make a queen trade with white. But after queen to b7, now the queen is pointing towards the d5 pawn. And that means because of this pressure, we cannot push our other pawn forward, allowing the d pawn to be captured. So in order to advance this other e pawn, we're going to need to move our rook again. Maybe let's move our queen to protect on d5, but then bishop to d4. And the bishop interrupts the protection from the queen to the pawn and makes it difficult for us to go pawn to e5. In fact, now I'm not even sure we want to go pawn to e5 because this bishop is kind of being annoying.
How about queen to f3, protecting the d5 and continuing the plan of e5?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm just unhappy for no reason, right?
Yeah, you're just being a Karen, but that's okay. We love Karens.
Do we not have a male name, a male Karen?
We gotta ask chat.
Is that going to be a hammer now?
Well, I kind of like want to point out that this bishop is one of those situations when you got this super strong piece and outpost, the bishop inside of your opponent's territory, protected by the pawn. No one can get rid of them. But, I mean, once again, has this beautiful diagonal, but is absolutely pointless. It's one of those very rare moments. If you manage to understand that, yes, the beautiful bishop on d4 is there, but it doesn't do anything. It doesn't bring any danger because it's the only soldier in the battlefield. Then you're gonna be good. And then you can proceed with your plans of rook c1, knight f3, queen d3, queen f3, and whatever.
Okay. I also like this idea, Dina, of going pawn h4 to h5 for Alexandra.
You know how it's called, right?
Standard pawn push?
Standard pawn push. We have, like, I tried teaching this Andrea. Andrea knows this. That's why she played a5. I'm surprised she didn't play a4, though, because it would be the same logic. It's a crab. It's like, because you kind of like squeeze the position when you don't know what to do. You squeeze the position from the sides with A and B and H pawns. Yeah, it's a nice maneuver. Hey, hello, we got the father of the girls in the chat. Hammer, do you wanna have any discussions right now? There were a lot of subjects on which we were thinking of that person earlier today.
Papa Botez says hello. Can I ask you something, Dina?
Please do.
How many crabs have you seen in your life?
On my plate or in like
not
in
on
the
your plate. Like how many crabs have you fished? Or whatever, right?
I am
Stepped on.
so impressed with your thought process. If only I could know why and where on earth would you think of that.
Well, that's part of the surprise. That's part of the excitement. You don't know where I'm going, so you don't know what the right answer is. It's social manipulation proof because you can't guess what you're supposed to answer.
So you're officially manipulating me in front of all these 8,000 people just because you don't like my strategical approach when teaching Andrea Botez how to play chess.
No, I'm saying you're wanting to socially manipulate me, and I'm making sure that it's not possible by not giving you any direction as to where I'm going with my comments.
All right. Well, I do agree that h4 is a super strong move here, and with
No,
a
no, now you're ignoring my questions. My question was, how many crabs have you fished, trapped, or stepped on in your life?
I am for free animal world against zoos and any other thing. I am not a fisherman, so the answer is 0. I would never hurt those little cute.
Okay. So, as a person who has fished quite a few crabs in his life, the little ones, the cute ones, and we let them back out afterwards. It's not like we're eating them. But can I say, there's nothing about the pawn push up to age 6 that reminds me in any way of a crab. I need you to justify, where is this name coming from?
Well, in the position when you don't know what to do and you push, you can always improve it by pushing the A and the B. And please, chat, back me up on this. But the vessels of that animal, the vessels, they have on the sides the lobster, like they are
Now
like
we're talking
this.
about lobsters. Now,
This is what I'm
where's this going?
thinking.
That's a completely different animal.
Well, you gotta squeeze the position. You squeeze the position of your okay, not a lobster, a crab. Okay, but you squeeze the position by taking space. You put your pawn on a5. You put your pawn on on h6, on a6, and then you're like, and then and then you put it into your mouth. Everything which is in the center, you put into your mouth.
Now you're eating the crabs. You said you liked animals.
No, I am the crab who eats everything which is on their way, which is like pawns, bishops, knights, whatever. Look, even the emoji says this is like, you see people who just chat. Please spam crab emojis. I want to show Hammer how it looks. I want to remind him because I'm not sure he knows that. And you see this little hands over here. This is like an A and an H pawns that you advance, and they're the strongest because they take the space and they grab all the pawns in the middle.
Okay. So just to clarify, the only crabs you've ever seen are the animated ones in Finding Nemo.
I would never summon crabs on a fellow streamer like that. So I do believe that.
Wait, what did you say now? Because crab has a different meaning as well, right? So we're talking about the animal. She's not giving me crabs.
Listen, man. A and H6 pawns are the, how you say, this skewer. It's the hammer of the crab. Panzers! Thank you, it's panzers. It's the panzers. You punch this, you pincers. I don't know how you pronounce this. You pinch the position.
Oh, I'm having so much fun right now, Dina.
By the way, to change the topic, Papa Botez says that in USA and Canada, you don't offer your hand after you move in a checkmate position. There are many cases in your tournaments when one of the players announces checkmate and offers a handshake covering the pieces. Many of those times, it's not a checkmate. So for those reasons, because you don't know, you let
But
your
she
opponent...
didn't announce checkmate.
Yeah,
she played the checkmate and then she just let the opponent sit there for 3 minutes. Papa Botez very specifically says she should have announced checkmate, whereas what Andrea said to us after the game was that she didn't want to insult her opponent by saying checkmate.
I don't think this is what Papa Botez said. I think Papa Botez said that this is what other people do and why it is bad.
In USA and Canada, you don't offer your hand after you move in a checkmate position. There are many cases in youth tournaments when one of the players announces checkmate Many of those times it's not checkmate. Okay, yeah, I may have
You
misread
see?
that.
Chat, what did you say? Did you say I was right?
I may have been wrong. I definitely did not say that you were right, but I may have been wrong.
Did you say he was wrong? But if you are wrong, then that means I'm right.
I don't think we can take that for granted. You're not that. It's not like every one of your opinions are the opposite of mine, right?
No, I think we actually have the similar opinions on most cases, unless it's who has the control of the classroom and puts the arrows.
Okay. We got some more moves in Alexandra's games.
Interesting. Cannot wait to see that.
And for the record, Papa Botez, I do still think that Andrea could have announced a checkmate instead of sitting there awkwardly for 3 minutes. But whatever. Queen to no, wait. No, this is where we were, right? And Alexandra did play queen to d3, so she did offer extra protection to that d pawn, potentially wanting to go pawn to e5 next. And then her opponent went queen to a6. And now Alexandra has the opportunity to push her pawn forward in the center and put some pressure in towards the black pawn chain. But instead, she chose to move the rook that was already well placed, protecting the knight. And she moved the rook to f1. Yeah, that is not coach approved. She needs to go pawn to e5 to figure out where it's going to open. So basically, after pawn to e5, if black takes and you recapture, then you want your rook on this f file pointing down towards the black pawn. But if there's no trade between the pawns, then you're going to want to make the trade, and then you want your rook on the e file, because now that file has opened up for your rook. So Alexandra going rook to f1 is a mistake because she's moving her rook before she knows which white pawn in the center is going to be traded off, and so she doesn't know where to attack with her rook. Do you agree, Dina?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand why would she put the rook on f1. And
Well, surely she's planning f5, which I also
yeah.
don't like.
Well, I'm trying to understand why she would ever want to play f5. But okay, I mean, in a way, maybe giving e5 is not a big deal because like the bishop cannot go here, right? Like assume they do something. I don't know what they're like b4, f5. Like bishop e5 is not a threat because we take. Pawn take. Still, still. It's like I mean, bishop doesn't want. I mean, it's just strategically, it's bad. In a way, I can still see how she could attack and enter on f7. So, and then push the g. Maybe, if we're being optimistic, white has a big range of safety here.
Yeah, so rook b4 was indeed played, Dina.
Oh, lol.
And now Alexandra is sitting and thinking, because black is about to double the rooks and having pressure on all of these queenside things. And in the meantime, it's quite clear that Alexandra is intending to go pawn to f5 and try and open up towards the black king. So let's just try to have an exploring variation. Rook to b8, putting pressure down the half open file. Then Alexandra will trade. Her opponent will capture in towards the center. And then queen to f3 does threaten on f7. Actually, Dina, I'm kind of starting to like this plan for Alexandra. Because if Alexandra can force her opponent to play the rook in a defensive situation, then she doesn't have to worry about that black rook increasing the pressure on the opposite flank. And she can even go pawn to h4 to try and further increase the pressure and remove even more of the pawns defending the black king.
Yeah, you're welcome, Hammer. And I do think that even the better way, the stronger way, would be actually to put the queen right here before capturing. Sort of like saying, I mean, unless g5 is a buzzkill, but I would be surprised because it's still like we got the light squares and we can push the h4 and then put the rook on. Unless they can do something quick. I don't know, but
After g5, I kind of like the move f6, Dina.
you
I don't
do,
know if
and then
that's...
bishop takes. Yeah, because like the idea, chat, behind f6 is that we get this beautiful blockade, this pawn, extra pawn, which is a double pawn, and then the bishop is a pawn. It's not the way to go. I hope you can see that, chat. I hope you understand this. Sometimes, like I realize as a commentator, the things that are obvious to me are not obvious to chat. So we need to break them down. But here, of course, bishop would take. And again, it's called, there is even this terminology in Russian school of chess that says a minimal pawn sacrifice. Which is you sacrifice a pawn, but you have so much activity and initiative in return, which is like this one. Because whenever the bishop moves, there would be a pressure on the pawn. Still, we might not have enough pieces to break through. So I guess it's a moment to point out that had Alexandra played e5 instead, the beautiful side about this trade would be that she would still have the exact same idea of giving a pressure on f7, but the bishop would be killed. And you remember, control the center, control the game. The basic principle number one is to put your pawns in the center and advance them. So we got the center, we got the whole game here. Yeah, I guess that's the biggest difference, is that basically the only idea behind this f5 is that you get some action going on the f file, but you would have it after e5 as well. Hammer?
Yeah, no, I agree with everything you said. And after having listened to you, Dina, I am now a bit concerned about this g5 move.
Yeah, it is concerning. And are we gonna be on time or not? The problem here is that this thing can backfire, because whose king is gonna be stronger here, white or black? I don't know anymore. Like the rook comes and the bishop comes, and maybe somewhere even sacrifice the exchange, or put the bishop on e5, and then this guy over here, he might have to answer a few questions here and there. So yeah, again, see, I don't want to say my students, but there are people who have certain things chipped into their brain cells, such as you don't take the bishop on g3 when you can play knight f4. Sorry, you don't take the pawn on g3 when you can play knight f4 in King's Indian. You don't play f5, giving away the e5 square when you can play e5 yourself and block this square. And these things, they are, as I said, they're chipped into your brain cells, and you just don't do it. Like your hands, they don't raise and move their pieces to their squares just because it's automatic developed pattern recognition. And this is called strategy, and this is what I'm on a mission to transfer as a knowledge to my sisters one day.
How do you think it's going so far?
I mean, if only I could get them to myself for a couple of hours. You know, this is all I dream for. Just a little bit of classroom with both the sisters nearby. But no, we'll get there one day. You know, I always sneak my comments here and there, but the problem with coaching, like, is that you need to have your student willing to listen to what you say. And sometimes, you know, it's like you can only listen to certain kind of people. Like, for example, if I don't like Hammer, if I don't like how his what he does in life, it's like, okay, if I don't respect Hammer enough, I wouldn't want to learn from him, so I wouldn't be able to listen to him. It's a certain bias thing. But let's say if Hammer was successful in this and that and every area of his life, and I would be looking like,
complete
wow,
hypothetical, of course, chat.
yeah, let's say Hammer was like a super grandmaster, like a world champion, and then he would be also like the top streamer, and I would be like, man, this guy is so successful. I really want to learn from him. Let me listen to what he says. Okay, this is actually like I'm going down such a dungeon. This is such a drama. This is all like it's such a okay, chat. Don't take in serious everything I said because it's way exaggerated.
Are you a drama instigator, Dina?
I'm just trying to be entertaining for
Yeah.
you, chat. But to be honest, TBH, you like it's important like to listen. You if you want to improve, you gotta want to listen, and you want to listen to like even when you don't like what you hear.
Yeah, were you finished?
Well, success is very personal. It doesn't have mean. Yeah, I agree. Like it has nothing to do with
So
the sex
Andrea
life,
doesn't
of course.
respect me. Is that like the bottom line? But she doesn't respect you either, so I can't really be jealous.
Yeah, kind of, but okay, it's very vague. There is like I think it's subconscious. I don't know. It's like some people you want to like there is this expression like you know like you can have a age on someone, and when that person comes, like let's say this Romanian guy Andrew Tate, he comes and he tells you, Andrea, listen, this is a pawn, it's not a bishop, don't take it, knight belongs to f4. She's like, yes sir, I'm gonna do that, of course. Yeah.
How
When
long do
Gina
you think
Belling-
we can do commentary together before both of us is cancelled?
Okay. No, let's focus. On a serious note.
I can do a serious note here because Alexandra
Yeah.
went pawn to h4, which I think is brilliant because it solves the whole concern we had about pawn to g5. So Alexandra's opponent played rook b8, and now Alexandra can go f5 without having to deal with pawn to g5.
Oh, that's a nice way. That's a nice way of putting it. I like that.
And my only concern is if Alexandra's opponent then starts making lots of threats against the b2 pawn, b3 pawn.
The backwards pawn. You gotta put the
Yeah.
rook on f3.
I kind of don't like that because if rook takes a4.
Oh, you lose a pawn. Do we have time for something like this? And then this, and then this, and then this. Maybe
Oh my
we
god,
don't.
what is this, Dina?
Sorry. I mean, it doesn't give us anything. We just lose on spot. But I was just having fun. Yeah. White is still better here, so we might find
The thing is, after we recapture the rook, there's a question whether it even matters.
Oh, yeah.
at the end of these tactics, black has won a pawn compared to the earlier situation. But the thing is that black traded off so many of their pieces that now the white pawn just has a clear path to try and become a new queen. And in fact, I'm not sure you have a shot, Dina, at stopping this pawn.
Wait. What about?
Because we're just going to
Oh,
support the pawn to become a new queen. And we can even give up everything in the center. And this bishop is never able to help protect down towards the queen side.
and hey, Hammer, how come the rook was able to support the pawn from the a file? I thought it wasn't possible because the bishop was controlling a1. Oh, wait a minute. It is because Dina has put that rook to f3. Lifting to a3. Now it all makes sense.
This is actually very interesting, Dina, because this is a theme in several situations. It's very clear that black is trying to line up both the rooks and the queen towards this white pawn. But if Alexandra always can use her rook to just protect here and never be afraid of this rook takes pawn, because it turns out that even though black wins a pawn, black also allows white to just have a clear path to get a new queen. Like this could happen in this variation, but there are multiple other scenarios in which this definitely could be a thing.
Yeah, it only requires you a second step thinking. Once, one step, it's like two-factor authorization, two-factor thinking. One step would be just to think, oh no, it is bad because I lose a pawn. But then if you activate your ability of calculating 2 moves ahead and not 1, you would see. But let me try to assess what's the position going to be like after that capture on a4. And if you think about that, then you realize, the position is actually better for me. But the thing is, it's a quite it's an advanced way of thinking. And sometimes even the best players fall into the trap of not asking themselves the question, what happens after?
Yeah. And sometimes you trust your opponent. So if your opponent plays these kind of rook takes pawn, you're like, oh man, I didn't see that happening. And then you're like, oh, I cannot take the rook because then they take my rook. But in reality, it's just both players lose a rook. So it's just a trade. Even if it feels like not a trade because black started capturing something at the start of this. But Alexandra has played queen f3 instead. So I guess that means we're not getting this whole situation that we studied. But now, after queen to b7, Alexandra is setting up knight to a5. The knight attacking the queen, and if the queen attacks the knight can jump into this c6 square, where it's attacking both the rooks.
Yeah, that's a beautiful fork. No, I still like Alexandra's position here because she still, first of all, she didn't push the f pawn, right? So we still have a chance to have e5. Maybe, who knows? Maybe this was all a genius plan of Alexandra by playing rook f1, and rook f1, who would have thought, but was actually preparing the e5 push because after, let's say, black does something else, like, I don't know, like rook a7, we go e5, and after take, we already attack f7, so it kind of saves that us time. So who knows? Maybe Alexandra is a genie in the box here.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of liking her approach.
Yeah,
I
it's
feel
very
like she's
flexible.
played very well
Paula.
so far. The
You
only
don't
concern
feel-
I have, Dina, is when you said you want to make a move for black, you kind of realized there as you were saying it that black doesn't really have a single sensible move.
Like bishop d4?
Maybe bishop d4.
Yeah.
So, well, let me present what I'm concerned about in this situation, just based on the fact that black kind of needs to do something fast. Otherwise, like right now, Alexandra just has everything protected.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking black needs to sacrifice the rook against the knight to try and change the momentum in the game and also put some pressure on Alexandra on keeping everything protected. After pawn takes rook, the rooks can trade, and then queen takes on c4. And now it's very troublesome for white to keep everything protected because there's the pawn on a4, there's the king that could be in trouble.
The only positive thing about this, it is an exchange sacrifice. Black sacrificed the rook. I could not miss the opportunity to pronounce that and stress it out. But here we have this beautiful rook to g8 check, forcing black to put the bishop on f8. And now, for a moment, this bishop is very passive. So maybe we need to sacrifice one of the other pawns and not push this one. And how are you gonna stop it if you do something like this? Then I do this, and then I push, and then I push.
I have the check, Dina.
Okay. He has a check. Yes, chat. But how about rook to a8? What do you say now? Rook
That's
to a8.
clever.
And then
I kind of assumed that I was winning this pawn no matter what. If you can go rook a8 and just protect the pawn, then this just doesn't work for black.
And block the bishop. One thing I actually have to point out, which is amazed me from the Hammer's line, is that whenever you are in trouble, it is an important saving resource that you always need to look after, is an exchange sacrifice. The famous grandfather of mine, Tigran Petrosyan, from Armenia, would always sacrifice an exchange whenever he was in a lost position. It's an important strategical maneuver you guys need to take a note of. It's an exchange sacrifice, but in fact, it's only one pawn sacrifice because you got away the rook for a knight and a pawn which makes 4 against 5. Yes, here specifically it doesn't work, but I have a feeling if the position was like this, with h6, everything would be fine because after rook b8, we would have a king h7 and then the bishop would be active. Well, again, there's this pass pawn. We don't have to, probably objectively nothing works here. Sorry, Hammer, but the idea is great. You got a brilliant idea out there.
So I think that's one of the main resources for black that Alexandra needs to be attentive to.
Yeah.
Let's check in with Andrea. We've had a couple of moves, and Andrea also is getting a bit low on time.
Great. Let's do that.
That's not great.
No, it's not great. But your suggestion is great.
So pawn to a3 was played by Andrea's opponent. The pawn taking control of the b4 square, preventing the knight to start attacking the white queen. Andrea instead moved knight. No, she didn't go knight to c5. She went rook to b8.
Ooh. Interesting. She's preparing the b5 pawn break. Maybe she wants to sacrifice her rook as well.
You think so?
I don't know. I'm just trying to find the light in the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, I'm not sure what she wanted with this rook move. But her opponent went rook to b1 too. And now white is basically just putting all their pieces onto the same diagonal as black's bishop, which feels a bit iffy to me. But it does threaten pawn to b4. And if white is able to play pawn to b4, then this knight will be stuck on the edge of the board for the rest of the game. So Andrea makes a good decision to get the knight in towards the center while it's still possible. Her opponent pushes b4, attacking the knight. Andrea goes for the trade. Her opponent recaptures. And now I guess she has to take on e4. Andrea's main goal in this position is trying to get rid of this knight. right?
I think she has to take the knight on e4 simply because all the other options are worse. There is this famous principle of elimination. If you go back, well, first of all, you don't want to go on a6 because you know what happens to the knights on a6. They get blundered by the bishops on f1 or e2. We saw that back in Formentera, knight on the Remus Slim. Knight on d7 is also bad because it's too passive, and Blacks is kind of having I would say less advantage simply because less space because the d5 pawn is in our territory. And most importantly, it saves us a tempo, very important tempo, because here after knight takes e4, knight takes e4, I actually am starting to have a hope. Remember, we still have an advantage of 2 bishops, and this is time, chat, this is time now or never to open up the position by playing c4 and using this pawn break, attack the central pawn and try to hope. What if they take? Then this buddy on g7 would have the right to speak again, which would be just impressive for him. Obviously, why wouldn't do anything, but then we would want to take, pawn takes, and then we got the c-file. And Hammer, I think Andrea would be seriously back on track in this game.
Yeah, I agree. And also, what I will say is that Madalena has, over the course of the last 5-7 moves, she's shown that she's not really interested in castling. I think she's a bit too attached to having this rook on an open file.
Yeah.
I think she's overestimating the value of having this rook point down towards the black king. And for that reason, she's avoiding castling, but keeping her king in the center for this long could very well backfire on her.
Yeah, maybe she has in mind this artificial castle, kind of like Alex did, the king f1. But the thing is, whenever your king is on f1 and even on g1, you gotta be careful with your rooks because they are not connected. It means that there is some lack of harmony. Yes, the rook on h file is really strong, but how are you gonna use it? Unless there is a clear way soon enough to use this rook, as long as the bishop is here, it's kind of still beautiful but worthless. So yeah, I do want to see knight e4, knight takes e4, and c6. And after that, I'm telling you, Andrea might really, really be back here really strong.
Do you have the move number for Andrea's game, Dina?
All right, chat. Do we have a move number for Andrea's game here?
I can try and figure it out myself.
No, I got you. I got you. Here we have a 20, move 20. I can promote if you want. I can promote everything.
Well, I'm not sure that matters, but yeah, move 20 means that Andrea has spent a bit more time than she should in getting to this point. So Andrea really needs to speed up. She did make the trade in the center, Dina, and we're hopeful she's going to follow up with pawn to c6 afterwards.
That's amazing. Okay, listen, I am living again. I'm serious. I here am back to positive thinking and positive mindset. I think, remember what we said back in the days when Andrea took the bishop on g3. We said now white needs to trade light squared bishops. But so far, this hasn't happened yet, which is like 10 moves. I think 10 moves, for 10 moves, white didn't manage to achieve their goal, which means that for the last 10 moves, Andrea has had the 2 bishops, and all she needs is to open up. If she manages to do that, it's going to be way too late. And then Andrea's going to give this kid a lesson.
I'm looking forward to it. So does this mean she's forgiven for capturing the pawn on g3?
One should never be forgiven for sins they made.
Wait, what?
No,
what kind of religion are you, Dina?
No, I have a chess religion. My religion is chess and the pieces development. My basic principles of chess strategy is my religion. But okay, actually forgiven but not forgotten. She will be forgiven. She will not be forgotten until she says, I understood. Once she says, I understood, Mother Dina, I'm gonna forgive her everything.
Wow. So, to be clear, are you starting your own religion?
Well, I have been playing with this religion for the last 5 years, at the very least. And I actually opened up my school, which is following the religion of developing pieces into the center, taking control of the center, and castling. But we should not promote that now. What we should
Oh,
promote.
should we not? Oh, sorry. Oh, you were doing a segue. I'm so sorry, Dina. Because I had a follow-up question about,
Please do.
your school of chess could be tax exempt if it's a registered religion. But go ahead.
It is not a registered religion because some people might not be a little bit too suspicious about that. But I do have to say, it is. I only accept people who are open to believe that. And sometimes I get really frustrated when I get, let's say, 1,500 students saying, your videos are basic, like they're oriented to 500s, and I know that already. I'm not gonna improve by watching your 1 minute video on why I need to put the pawns on the center, develop the pieces and castle. This is not gonna teach me anything. I know that. And then I'm gonna be like, bro, you know that, but do you do that in your own games? No. So get the out of here, all right? This is the kind of religion that I want people to follow.
There's a suggestion in chat that I can be the bishop of your non-church chess school, because I love the bishops. I respect the bishops. I can become
You respect
one.
the bishops. Did you also respect the bishop on g3?
I wouldn't have captured it and the way that she did. I would have tried to capture the bishop in a different way.
That's a very diplomatic answer. I mean, I would love to have you as a student, Hammer. I would teach you so much, such as a minimal pawn sacrifice and the crab and the potential protected past pawn, which is like like future past pawn, which are like pawns on a3 and a6. But listen, Hammer, I think it's time. I think it's time to remind everybody that we have been partnering with Coinbase for this event, and we have over $20,000 in cryptocurrency for us to claim as a win if you use the command ruffle and Coinbase and follow the instructions for your chance to win $1,000 at the very least. But if one of the sisters or even both, because now we actually back on the winning chances here for both Alex and Andrea, we can use 500 extra for 3 more people. So let's root for the girls. And make sure to use your affiliate email address when you participate in the giveaway. The email address that you used for your Coinbase account. Coinbase is a sponsor for the whole Sardinia World Chess Festival that we are here. And even if you're not, selected as a winner, you will still be able to claim at the very least your $20 in Bitcoin if you use the command BotezLive as a promo code, not the command, the promo code BotezLive. Be sure to sign up for your chance to win with the links in chat. And back to you, Hammer. How is Alexandra doing? It's been a long time we haven't.
Yeah, no, we need to talk
her.
about the latest move on Alexandra's board. I'll quickly mention that Andrea is playing Mother Dina approved moves. She did play pawn to c6, putting pressure in towards the center. So good job, Andrea. And in the meantime, Alexandra's opponent has played pawn to f6, which is a horrendous move. Not only does it block Black's bishop from participating in the game, speaking of, that's the same thing that's happening to Andrea's bishop on the other side. This pawn is blocking the bishop, but it's also moving away from the protection of the g6 pawn, which could be a major issue now after something like takes, and pawn to h5. This pawn is threatening in towards the g6 pawn, and Black does not have the sufficient protection to deal with these threats. So Alexandra's opponent, having been under pressure for some time due to the well-placed white pieces kind of locking down the queen side, and then Alexandra was moving everything over to the king side, pushing her pawns up on multiple areas. She is now the pressure Alexandra put her opponent under has yielded results in her opponent kind of panicking, and Alexandra now has a winning position in this game.
Oh my lands. I cannot believe that Black just played f6. I need to call my friend Ben Feingold and make sure that those two have a conversation, because this is unacceptable. First of all, you never play f6. But secondly, do that in front of your bishop. Basically burying your bishop alive. I mean, man, this bishop on g7 is worse than the bishop that we saw on g3 for Andrea, because that bishop was blocked by the opponent pawns, if you remember, chat here. This guy is blocked by their own pawns, which is 10 times worse. And after f takes g6, h takes g6, I have even better hammer. I have this beautiful queen to e6 attacking the pawn, and if you want to protect it by the king on f7, then I'm gonna have so much fun after e5 pawn takes, and then knight to e5, and then boom, boom, boom. Okay, I'm actually exaggerating here, but even after king h7, we have this delighted h6. Everybody's joining the party, man. This guy's not gonna last long. I think this is a serious claim for one of the most beautiful games outplayed strategically by Alexandra.
Wow. So you agree with me? She's playing well and she might win the tournament.
I wouldn't go that far. Let's take it game by game. Who knows what happens next? It only takes Alexandra to have another insomnia and go to bed at 5 a.m. and wake up at 2 p.m. and message you, hey, Hammer, who am I playing today? Oh, by the way, the game is in 45 minutes. But I think this game there were a few minor things that we are kind of like confused, but it all ended up working perfectly. Like, she managed to have this perfect harmony, this beautiful night. I mean, here Alexandra could actually give a lesson to Andrea on how to play strategical chess.
I got a question asking who is the highest rated player in the tournament. Alexandra is rated as number 5. This group is only for players below 2,000 in rating. The highest rated is 1998, but he lost in the first round. Second highest is 1992, but he made a draw in the first round. Third highest rated is 1985, but he also lost in the first round. And then fourth rated is 1978, but he made a draw in the first round. So Alexandra is legitimately the highest rated player to win in the first round. And if she wins this one, she's going to be the highest rated player to have won both the first rounds. So I'm going to keep my optimism for a little bit. I think she's playing well. And she chose your move, Dina. She played Queen G4.
Now we're talking. This is my girl. See, Hammer, this is the power of a girl friendship. Listen, I do think that Alexandra has high chance. I mean, first of all, I'm sure she's going to win this game. And then I think she has good chances to win the tournament. I don't know, actually, I don't kind of want to speculate on that because historically myself, I've always struggled against lower rated opponents, and I always found it. I told that to you guys yesterday. Um, Somewhere between the lines when the stream was still working, if you could hear me saying that whenever I get a chance to play against lower rated or being the bottom of the seed and playing against higher rated, I always have better results against higher rated because I feel like in the end of the day, they all play the same and it's just a matter of reading points that you get to win or lose. But looking for now at this, it's also important who are the opponents. Like objectively, a 6-year-old Andrea's opponent is definitely way scarier. Even though she's in 1600, she's definitely underrated. That being said, after Andrea having played c6, maybe she's still way too green, young and green, you know, as they say, as the George Bush. So I actually am super positive. I am a believer here. I believe that we're gonna have another double win for the family tonight.
Yeah. Well, with that in mind, let's then take a look at the latest move in Andrea's game. Her opponent has quite sensibly, I think, protected the central pawn with her queen. So that now if Andrea tries to make a trade, white can recapture with the queen, attacking the king, but also attacking the pawn on d6.
I'm sorry, I meant Abraham Lincoln on the $1, not George Bush. I confused. Yes, Hammer. I mean, I think we shouldn't comment on Alexandra's game anymore. I think it's over. I actually think it's over. I don't like jinxing, but here I think she just crushed him.
Yeah. No, I think she's playing well. And she's not in time pressure, nor did she play every move without thinking. I feel like Alexandra, for the past couple of tournaments, she's been very either or. Either she's using too much time or she's not using any time at all. But this game is an example of how she's managed to portion out her time very like she's using time in the right moments and she's spending some times over some decisions while making other decisions quite quickly. I'm actually those of you who know me, and I guess that's quite a few of you after these days, but I'm not the most positive person in the world.
Oh,
So
really?
when I say that I really think Alexandra is playing very well, I really, really do mean that.
Well, listen. Well, first of all, we gotta appreciate this unique moment of Hammer thinking positive and giving compliments to Alexandra. Let's all embrace that. And secondly, I also think accumulating all those losses, but analyzing those games and learning from them made a serious push for Alexandra. And let's not forget, this is her 4th tournament in a row. I think she actually is the most warmed up and is the best shape just not even historically, like just logically after all that. This is normal. Like, so as long as she keeps the energy, she's gonna be in her best shape right now ever, and I really believe that. And when it comes to playing fast or playing slow, it's all like life is about finding the balance, right, chat? And finding balance in your time management in chess is extremely important. I can guarantee you that Hammer must have been a fast player. I'm sure he would always just like a Nepo style. You play fast and you run around, right? You don't sit there. You always have 1 hour more than your opponent. He's smiling. He's smiling.
I did at some point when I was 11. I wish that was still true.
Oh, you're a time traveler now? Does it mean that you lost confidence? You're adopting yourself, Hammer?
I once played against Grishuk, and I was lower on time than Alexander Grishuk, who's kind of renowned for being the biggest time waster on the circuit. And we played a position where both of us only had 1 minute left for the final 20 moves before the time control.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I don't know what to say, but I think the bottom line is that I prefer seeing Alexandra playing too fast rather than too slow, because you can always, yeah, it's always better. It's like one of those things that in chess is gonna be, it's better be overconfident than lacking confidence. And we all want a perfect thing, but perfect doesn't exist. You gotta accept what life is. If Alexandra chooses one another, I'd rather see her playing too fast and having an extra hour than her opponent. At the very least, it will give her more confidence. It will make her opponent be more stressed.
Yeah, that's true. But it's very difficult to program your head just like that. I want to play quicker than I do. I just can't do it. In the chess Olympiad in India, Dina, I don't know if you played, but
I did.
I lost a game on time. I lost a couple of games because of time, and then one game in an equal position, my time actually ran out, and I did not make my move within the allotted time. So, like, yeah, I have serious time issues, and that's one of my biggest weaknesses.
So you are a perfectionist then.
Yeah.
That's why you don't want me to touch the board and put the arrows when you're talking.
Yes, and that's also why I'm calling you on Monday to plan the stream happening on Saturday.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn. Well, listen, keeping up with the positive vibes. I've been watching Alexandra play for a while now, fourth tournament in a row, and she never stands up and she's always focused and thinking. So, it looks like she doesn't use her time, but she's actually calculating a lot and thinking a lot about the position when her opponent is thinking, which is
But
which means she
but you
doesn't
need
play.
breaks, right, Dina?
Depends what's your focus like. And Alexandra has the unique opportunity to be extremely focused, extremely productive, and she's a smart girl. So I think she's actually taking time to think about the position. And even though she plays fast, she does all the thinking while her opponent thinks, which is chat. You should take a note of. This is a very smart and a very strong ability to be focused and calculate and think about your next move and the position on your opponent's time. It's extremely smart.
Yeah, no, I do agree with you. I think both Andrea and Alexandra, they stay at the board so much. Like when I'm playing, I'm never at the board when it's not my turn. So they do have that ability, but I worry that they're not taking enough breaks, and it just melts their brains somehow. We have a move in Alexandra's game, and Queen to B7 sees Black trying to put pressure on the white pawn that Alexandra left. Her queen was protecting this pawn, but now the queen is attacking against the Black king. So now I think there's a trap here, Dina.
Yeah, let's say we want to go for the mate, bishop or queen to g6, then they're gonna take on b2, b3, rook takes, queen takes, and if we try to sacrifice the knight and play
Well,
h5
well,
and
I have an idea here, Dina. That knight to a5 attacks both the queen and the rook. But I'm
oh.
concerned about rook to b2 because then the rook can move and give a check.
Yeah. Then the king to h1, but then they take. Yeah, no, it's bad. I like that. Wow. This rook b2, it's so easy to blunder. Oh my lands. We need to be careful here. We need to be very
But
careful.
also, Dina, actually, I have another idea. If
So
rook
many
takes
ideas.
b3,
Mhm.
I want to go knight e3 and sacrifice my rook.
The problem is, which is actually, you just gotta be careful that here there is rook f7. Luckily, it doesn't work because of knight to h6. Check.
I do not want you to involve luck with this, Dina. That was
Okay.
not lucky. That was calculated. I do not like the suggestion that it wasn't.
How you gonna win here?
Knight f5, I guess.
Knight f5. All right, listen, I don't want to take all this risks. I believe that Alexandra's position, you don't have to sacrifice anything. You can just do like okay, we gotta be careful because rook f3 doesn't work because of rook c4. But we need to find something easy. I just want an easy way.
She played knight a5, Dina.
Okay, that's easy. No. Why?
Apparently, that's a huge blunder.
Wait, why?
Why is that a huge blunder? Queen takes d5. Dina, she blundered. Queen takes d5. No. No. No, 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 no. Oh, no, that's not good.
And after pawn takes d5, thinking that we want an extra queen, we may forgot that the other queen on
And it's such an easy mistake to make because you thought there were so many pawns standing in way of that rook and the queen, right? Because in this position, you've never even considered that this kind of thing is something to be scared of.
Yeah, it's the illusion. It's the optical illusion.
But on the other hand, if he doesn't find queen takes d5, then knight a5 is very effective.
Well, I'm not
because
sure
then
about
she's
that
getting
either.
knight to c6.
Because then the rook can take. Oh, she has this.
That looks pretty convincing, right?
Yeah, knight to e7. All right. Well, okay, that makes sense. Well, listen, chat. Don't give up. We have a hope. Black is thinking, although he looks actually quite excited. Her opponent looks excited. Even if black finds worst come to worst, queen d5.
Well, Alexandra is still up. She was up a pawn when this whole thing started.
Yeah.
So even if this happens, she's still gonna be equal on material.
Exactly. And with the knight coming back to c4, the most beautiful thing has just happened is that the black rook is actually cut, which gives us more time to push the pawn. Although after f5, we cannot bring the rook to a1.
Yeah, but Dina, we don't go back.
Okay, you go to
we go
c6.
forward.
Oh.
Because black is actually struggling to keep this pawn on e7 protected.
And we control the b4.
Yeah, so the rook cannot get back. In fact, this is even better because now the rook can't even attack the pawn on d5.
That makes
so even though this
sense.
was a blunder from Alexandra, she's still gonna have very good chances to win the game if her opponent. No, but her opponent didn't find it. He played queen b6.
Thanks God. Thank you, Lord. This is now over. Knight to c6.
Yeah, knight to c6 has been played, and yeah, Alexandra has everything under control.
Now knight to e7 is gonna follow up, and basically here everything wins. I think we need to get ready for the interview because sooner or later we're gonna see a win. But you know, chat, what that means? That means an extra 3 winners of $500 in cryptocurrency if you use the command Raffle and Coinbase and participate in the giveaway. What do you think, Hammer?
I think she's gonna win it. I'm not very concerned now. That was a bit of a scare that she allowed that tactic from her opponent, but no, she's gonna win it now. What I am concerned about is Andrea's time situation.
All right, let's jump there straight to Andrea. How has it been doing? And chat, I need to remind you, all of you, I see so many of you using the command raffle. Do not forget that you are participating in the giveaway only if you use the same email address that you affiliated with your Coinbase account. Andrea's position has been changed or not?
No, she's still thinking, but that's kind of the cause of concern.
Wait, is she calculating b5? She wants to do the double pawn break? Is what's that's what she's
Maybe is this good for her? Is this bad?
I mean, it's a complication. Andrea loves complications. It's forcing automatically whatever happens to open up everything, which is cool. It is a pawn sacrifice. It's also dangerous because these two are gonna give you a serious headache. On the other side, you got an easy takes. Oh, something happened, no? You
Yeah,
got an
she
easy
took.
takes. She took. And then after queen captures, maybe she's slightly concerned that she's forced to kind of lose a, but she doesn't lose a pawn because the knight is pinned. The knight is pinned here. So even like this, you don't want to see that, chat. You don't want to give free rookies. So yeah, just take. And then I would expect pawn takes.
No, surely queen takes, Dina. She moved the queen specifically here to keep the pawn under control.
But what if she moved it just to avoid the rook tempo on c8? I mean, it's a rhetorical question. If queen takes hammer, I'm gonna be the happiest person ever because for the first time ever, finally, the center is flexible. The center is open. These lines are semi-open. There is only one pawn, which is Andrea's pawn on each file. And the bishop's gonna come and everything's gonna be beautiful here because I think Andrea is simply better here soon. Unless there is some kind of a c5. No?
Well, let me ask you this, Dina. Why are we not going like queen f7?
Yeah, I think anything works. Let me
Well, queen f7 puts some immediate pressure in towards white's position, right? This entire game has really revolved around the knight on e4 and how we're trying to get rid of that knight so that our pawn may move forward so that our bishop can get into the game. And right now, the only defender of that knight is the queen. So then going for the queen trade makes a lot of sense. But Andrea doesn't really do queen trades, does she?
yeah, I wouldn't be I think everything works here for me. As long as white takes with the queen on d5, I will repeat myself. I'm going to be the happiest mother out there, the happiest commentator out there, because this pawn's going to be more flexible. I don't see a way how both knight and bishop could block them. Here, queen is not a blockader, so I wouldn't be worried about that whenever we do queen f7 or not. For me, the idea behind not putting the queen on f7 was to use the tempo of bishop attacking, but it's not like I'm gonna play d5.
Well, my concern about moving the bishop is that then we're moving the bishop away from putting pressure on the knight.
Yeah, I agree with that, and like pinning. But whatever happens here, I'm already happy. So whatever hammer you choose the next move. As long as she takes with the queen, I'm gonna be safe.
Okay.
Alex won! Oh my god! Alexander won the game! It is official! Participate in the giveaway. Use the command raffle because we are getting extra 1,500s of dollars because of our score today. Let's go! Coach Hammer is not excited or impressed.
No, I'm excited. I mean, I've been saying she's playing well. I yesterday, Dina, I mean, when I saw her opponent is playing the Benka Gambit, I'm like, just play whatever Banzea. Because I looked over the Banzea files and I was like, this is good stuff. If Alexandra just practices this, it's going to be a success. And it was. So let's declare the coach a genius.
The coach
Uh,
Banzea is a genius, and he is to be granted the compliments, and the win for today goes to Alex Banzea, who prepared Alexandra into the Banco. But honestly, of course, we should not downgrade the achievements of Alexandra, who just smashed her opponent like Hikaru's subscribers smashed his subscribe button after watching his recaps. Hammer, did you watch Hikaru's recaps? After the
I
candidate?
would prefer not to answer this question.
He did, chat. He just doesn't want to admit it. I mean, come on. You're lovely romantic dinner with your partner. You're sitting out there eating chicken from roosters and watching Hikaru's recap every evening after the candidates. Come on, who didn't do
Evening.
that?
The games were done at like 3 a.m., Dina.
Sorry. I'm an American coast.
Yeah. No, I did not watch the recaps, but I was tired after the games.
With your cereal morning breakfast, you put something on the TV, and that happens to be Hikaru's recap.
What do you have for breakfast in the US, Dina?
Cereal, because I'm a cereal person. Hammer, let's not get distracted. We got our first win, and I am overwhelmed with happiness here. And I do claim that Alexandra is really on fire in this tournament. She's playing fantastic chess. She has shown a tremendous understanding of positional play, and I cannot wait for Alexandra to explain to Andrea what is a bad bishop.
Yeah. No, I
Second
mean
board.
for Alexandra, we don't really have that many notes, right? We just
Yeah.
we kind of like pretty much everything she did. I guess I'll mention to her this B3 move. Which I
Yeah.
felt was maybe a bit unnecessary. And this F4 move I thought was a bit too aggressive. But other than that, I think this was a very good game. And then there's the queen takes d5 blunder, but whatever. Like, it's water under the bridge.
Water under the bridge. Interesting expression. And we see Alessandra, she's still there. She's still there. She's watching her younger sibling fighting out like a lion.
With 7 minutes on her clock for another 18 moves.
Yes. Alexandra is officially with 2 out of 2 and the highest rated opponent. It's official. She's playing in the board 1. I think she was playing in the board 1 already today, but she's playing on the board 1 tomorrow for sure, even though her board is fixed. But man,
Great start to the tournament.
Amazing start. And yeah, I mean, I'm so excited about all this.
Oh yeah, excite me means exciting.
Excited. I'm excited.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm excited. Sorry, excuse my English. All right. On a
Well,
serious
we went
note,
over it yesterday. I guess I wasn't paying enough attention.
yeah, you were too stressed with all the we don't talk about. But the
Yeah.
queen d5 did happen on the board, and now Andrea's king is challenged. Is she gonna play the queen f7, or is she gonna put
He
the
did
king
go queen f7. Andrea offering a queen trade voluntarily? Is this the real world? Or is this just fantasy?
She learned, Hammer. We got 2 bishops. We gotta play the end game. And yes, that's beautiful. We need to stress out that queen takes f7, rook takes f7 is not a problem. The knight d6 is not a problem because the other rook is hanging. You remember that. And then you're gonna say, but it's a rook trade. No, it's not, because you gave away the knight. You gotta do 1 + 1 means 2, okay? So this is gonna happen. Just be careful not to take with the king, because that would be 1 + 1 means 3, because your king is under check. What am I saying? Oh my god. All right. So this is gonna. I mean, okay. White hasn't taken yet.
No, but she's gonna, right?
Yeah. If she doesn't take, she doesn't want to see Andrea here. Andrea's gonna be very angry after this. We don't want to see that. Or maybe even d5 pawn takes and then rook. Man, I'm getting creative here. If queen takes, you know what happens. If queen
Can
takes,
we take the knight and take on f2?
oh my god, Hammer, what would I do without you? You don't
It's
have
not
to
even the
answer.
best move, apparently.
Yeah.
But it
No.
is winning 2 pawns.
You know why it's not the best move? Because strategically you're lost. Because your
Yeah.
bishop is bad and my bishop is great. That would, yeah. Chad, you think opposite colored bishops are draw? Hell no. Look at your bishop. Look at this bishop on g7. But before that happens, it doesn't really matter because what matters is that this, like here, Andrea does any move and she's better. Any move. For the first time ever, she would be actually having an advantage in this game. So probably white here's like maybe bishop d3. You know, trying to, like, I kind of want to keep this structure fixed to prove the point of this guy being not a bishop but a pawn. But in that case, Andrea has the bishop e6, what I have been waiting for. Man, this game is getting really exciting.
She
Really
took on
exciting.
f7.
Okay, never mind. Rook takes.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, listen. I want to clap. Not because Andrea finished the opening, but because she's really, oh, look, she's got an extra queen. That's so cute. Is that girl's father, the FIDE master, who's watching? We gotta make sure he's not jinxing. On a serious note, I love Andrea's position. I am officially claiming that Andrea Botes has reached the harmony. Regardless,
Wait,
everything that happened
what?
before.
But her bishop is still buried alive.
Okay. I'm sorry. I gotta be optimistic. I gotta be a good cope because you were a bad cope.
Okay.
I mean, we can finally pray. Bishop d3.
Yeah, bishop d3 has been played.
Okay, listen. Just give me two tempi. Okay, I'm gonna.
I'm not gonna give you 2 free moves. No, that's
about
not
this?
how chess works.
How about this?
Okay, that I do like. Yes.
b5.
Ooh, b5 is a
Boom.
great move.
Thank you. You're welcome. b5. The pawn break. What we gonna do? Why do we do that? Because we want this to be alive. For that, we need to move this one so that we could move that one. And to do that, we gotta get rid of this one. So that's why we play b5. Challenging the pawn, sacrificing the pawn. But it doesn't matter because here we smash the center. If you got a chance to put the pawns in the center, you need to do that.
Andrea has 6.5 minutes to find this idea. But she did place her rook on b8 perfectly for this to even be a thing. Like,
Yeah.
it makes sense the way she has played that she'll find the move.
She sees it, chat says she's thinking it. See, guys, you gotta, when you don't know what to do in the position, you gotta ask yourself, what is the opponent's threat? If there is no threat, then you ask yourself another question. Which piece does not work? And then all the fingers gonna be pointed out at the rook on b8. Once you see that, you gotta ask yourself, all right, how am I gonna activate it?
She played it! She played it! Dina, I think you're rubbing off on her. That's a great move from Andrea. Really, really nice.
I'm so proud. Oh my god. I'm so
I have no idea what she's gonna do if f3 though, but I'm with you so far. So far, this is great. And then if f3, maybe
don't
she
have
has
to
rook
do it.
c7.
Yeah, just activate your other rook. I'm telling you, that girl is talented.
No, this I'm like this. She would win.
Yeah.
Although there is knight to f6 here.
Yeah, but we gotta have the passer. I mean, we gotta have. I mean, this. Good luck on stopping that. Obviously, you're gonna take. Big deal.
Actually, computer was giving something there, Dina. Computer made some kind of impact.
Huh?
I think the computer wants king f7 here.
Ooh, yeah, this you cannot find. I mean, you gotta be smart, and then you take here. Oh my god, if she finds that, you know who I'm calling. You know who I'm calling.
We know some guy mathematician from Russia.
Correct.
What
My
was his name
countryman.
again?
Vladimir Borisovich.
And what is your relation to this man?
He's my uncle.
He's your uncle. Okay.
Yeah, I'm calling my uncle. Yep, that's correct. Are we excited?
I'm a bit excited.
Let's go.
Andrea's been under pressure this entire game, and then with 6 minutes remaining, out of nowhere, suddenly she's playing all the aggressive pawn sacrifices, trying to take over the initiative. I feel like this came a bit out of nowhere, which is also going to put so much pressure on her opponent.
Correct. Man.
It's got to be uncomfortable for Madalena to feel like her opponent is actually suddenly activating her pieces. While she still has her king in the center, and the knight on e4 has not been reinforced properly, which
You
is
know what I
causing some
see?
issues.
I can see that Madalena is under serious pressure from her body language.
We're doing a channel points prediction game. What is the result in this game?
Andrea's gonna win.
Lose your channel points here.
Andrea's confident here. Ooh, look at that beautiful yawn. Girl, didn't your papa tell you to put your hand on your mouth when you do that? Not in front of the kids. What example do you give to younger generation?
Uh,
Oh god. Right at the moment, Alex, perfect timing. Perfect timing. B5. Look at how strong your sister is. She's playing the Grandmaster chess. The Grandmaster chess. And even after f3, we're gonna see the rook to c7, activating the rook. Then the pawn takes, and we're gonna see another win for the Botez family.
I like that her opponent has to sit on her knees to see the board, says Alexandra. Well, wait until you. And she captures on b5.
Oh my god, let's go! D5! I wanna see the D5.
After this capture, computer now gives Andrea a big advantage for the first time in this game. She's pushing her pawns forward in the center, making sure to kick the white knight out of its grand positioning. And now that the white knight has to move away, that will allow the black bishop on g7 to activate in due time.
The only move is gonna be knight to c5, protecting the bishop on d3. But then Andrea should not even take. Instead, she should push the e-pawn and open up her bishop and grant the 2b advantage. For the first time ever in the game, Andrea Botez is having a serious advantage and managed to justify the most horrible decision that she was ever to take in the game of chess. taking the bishop on g3, for those who don't remember.
Pawn to e4 is very interesting, Dina.
You don't you want to take? You want to take and then push?
Yeah. Well, I want to take on maybe
I think
instead of
here anything wins, honestly. I mean, it wins. Anything is great. At this point, it doesn't even matter.
but pawn to e4 is very, very clever in terms of keeping the bishops.
Man. Yeah, it kind of looks like this guy's restrained, but it's not. Knight c5 happened. Come on, I mean, Andrea's gonna move. Andrea doesn't like. I mean, the reason Andrea traded the queens wasn't because she wanted to. It was because she was forced to. Because Madadina told her, like, don't be afraid of going to the end game. But when she gets the chance to move forward, she's doing it. When she gets the chance to attack, she's gonna do it. She knows that it's an end game. She knows that she has two bishops. The position is open. She's gonna put the e4, and then she's gonna see Hammer. I told you. I knew when I took the bishop on g3 that I was gonna play e4 and activate my bishop.
No, but Dina, if she doesn't trade the bishops now, she's not getting the pawn back on b5.
Oh, well, I mean that's then it's gonna e3. See, so it's like, I think this is even juicier for Andrea because she can attack again. When Andrea sees the opportunity to attack, two things, not once, and then she sees this guy here, she's gonna be like, oh la la.
I thought oh la la is the European way.
It's the French. I said it with a French accent.
Does Andrea have enough French blood to see
yes.
oh la la?
Her own grandmother lives in Paris and speaks perfect French. So yes, Andrea is French. Like, don't you know, Hammer? Every Romanian is French by nature.
I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. She did go e4. Dina, damn, number one.
Love it.
Finding the good moves, but also number two, Andrea following up every single time. Andrea has played this amazingly well the last 3, 4, 5 moves.
10. Let's be honest. Last 10 moves. She did everything I told her to do. Like, I mean, you see her using the plugs, the ear plugs. It's not for nothing. And I have a contact of my uncle if you need to. All right, this is a joke. She has a brain. She's a smart girl, and she learned. So we're great here. I mean, I'm excited. If bishop c2, then we can just take the pawn, or even, like, I don't know, might be too ambitious because we don't win a piece here because they have this annoying f3. So we're not gonna do that, but we can prepare it. Like, I mean, here we can take the pawn. We can say, who needs that pawn? Good luck on, good luck with that. I'm gonna push everything here. I'm gonna push the d4. I mean, man, my eyes are like.
Well, I mean, surely she's going to go bishop e2, right? To keep the protection of the b5 pawn.
Yeah, but then, oh my god. Yeah, just don't push the d4 because there's going to be bishop f4.
Well, even then, probably you're okay, but preferably not.
Yeah, better not to do that. But she's going to see that. She can, I mean, at the very least, she can just move this guy. And these b-pawns, they're not going anywhere. And of course, but I think knowing Andrea is going to play the e3 because it just becomes a lot of fun, and Andrea loves fun.
Maybe she can give the check first and then go e3.
Oh yeah, oh my god, this is even better. Wow. Wait, this computer
No, it's not better, but I like your optimism. You just assume that it's better because I suggested it.
No,
it's very polite of you, Dina.
No, it's because we take everything. I mean, sometimes computer don't listen to computer because good luck on finding why is it like. I mean, come on, you checked, you improved, you finally moved your pawn promoted your pawn to the bishop. The king is gonna stand in front of the rook, and I mean, I don't know. Well, I think it's great.
Yeah. No, the important thing is that Andrea actually did play this b5 move, and now she is pushing the pawns forward in the center. So even if she doesn't play the perfect move now, it doesn't really matter because she's already seized the initiative through her earlier decisions. So playing the second best move earlier was a much bigger problem than playing the second best move now when she has a lot of good moves to choose between, whereas earlier she only had one good move.
Yeah. And we have 10 more moves to do before the extra time, because the time control, as one of our chatters reminds us, is 30 minutes. We have 30 minutes after move 40. Now it's a move 28. But honestly, as Hammer said, this is not a worry situation, because as long as Andrea doesn't like kind of, because, I mean, it's tricky because Andrea is a perfectionist, just like Hammer and I myself. So yeah, here she just needs to be practical and just play whatever, because it's all gonna be good.
Adventure in chat says playing against a kid is so sad. Either you lose to a kid or you beat a kid, both of which are sad.
I used, when I was a kid, when I was like 12 or whatever, I would always think that playing against a retired man is so sad, because it's like a grandpa. You don't want to be the grandpa. You want to give them a hug. So for me, it would always be sad to play against like old men. I would always feel like so much pain. I wouldn't want to be beating them or being mean to them. That being said, I also had hard time playing against my friends, because I didn't want to upset them. Sometimes I would feel better losing to my friends rather than beating them. But you know what? Chess has no age. That's the way that I say things when Hammer is drinking. I'm so happy he's not laughing at my jokes.
No, I'm too busy yawning,
Feel
honestly. I'm getting a bit tired.
Do you want to take a break?
I can't take a break when Andrea's in time pressure. This is
Yeah,
the most exciting part of the game.
man, she's in time pressure all her life. What are you talking about? Gotta get used at this point. Nothing new under the sun.
Okay, I'll take 3 minutes, Dina.
You know what? Take 4, because I need your energy here. We are
Okay.
here for a very exciting run.
Okay, let me just see where she puts the bishop, though. Oh, she changed her mind.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. I'll take a little break.
Sounds great, Hammer. We cannot wait to see you back. But before that, everybody, let me remind you that the sponsor of our event is Coinbase. Coinbase is your best way to trade and stock crypto. And in this tournament, we have $20,000 in giveaway. So do not forget to participate in the giveaway. Use the command raffle and Coinbase if you want to claim your $1,000 in every round. But this round, because Alexandra has already won, we got extra 3 participants who could win $500 each in cryptocurrency. It is our time to cash in, everybody. Do not forget to use the affiliated email address that you already have in your Coinbase account. And at the very least, claim your first $20 for free if you use the promo code BOTEZ20. Thank you, Coinbase, for that. And yeah, we're on a great start. We have Alexandra with 2 out of 2 leading the tournament. This is truly beautiful. Andrea is, ooh, that's a big bottle of water. That's a very big bottle of water. I guess Andrea did make her way to the grocery store last night. You know, keep in the interview, but priorities first. I actually think that Andrea is gonna win here. What do you think, Chad? Do you agree or do you agree? Now the bishop is attacked on d3. Earlier on, Andrea did this tremendous mistake by taking the bishop on g3, but now life is beautiful. She activated her bishop on g7. And you know there is a sad part about it. Do you know, Chad, what is so bad about it? Let me put it straight. What is bad about Andrea having a great position and activating her bishop? We have been stealing them from the dining hall. That's amazing. Did you find the coffee as well? That's a very tricky question. I'm waiting for the answer. What's the bad part about Andrea having a great position here? The hard part. We bought a kettle from the store and make instant coffee in our room now. Nah. Oh, you bought a blow dryer. Oh, that's better. That's better news. The sad part is that Andrea's gonna think that bishop g3 was a good decision because she foresaw the future. Alex, if you're there, I don't know if you are aware or not, but in this position, me and Hammer had a very tough time. We were put into a very difficult situation of not renting too much, because when you play black here and the knight is attacked, there is only one solution. As your mama taught you, you want to put your knight on f4 in any King's Indian. And if they were to take rid of that pawn on g3, you would take e takes to f4. Alexandra knows that. It's nice when it's not about me. There you go. Yes. So Alexandra plays King's Indian. She knows that we put the knight to f4, right? This is the whole idea. First of all, Alex, I'm actually excited that you are here listening to this. So you, as a King's Indian player, what's your plan? Exactly. Your plan is to push the f pawn to f5. What does your sister do? She pushes the g pawn, making it an automatic strategical mistake, huge mistake, because now whenever you push the f pawn, you're gonna have to take with a piece, and they're gonna block on the e4 square, making your bishop really bad and making your white squares really weak. Now, Andrea tries to justify it, and we're like, okay, maybe we shouldn't be that hard on Andrea. Maybe she has a plan. Now her opponent helps her by asking the knight to move forward, and we are like, yeah, knight to f4. You didn't realize g5 was a mistake? Oh, here you go. You want to keep it on g6 because you want to take on f5, right? And take with a pawn. That's your whole plan, and then push the e4. So now the knight comes to f4, and we're like, okay, maybe there is a hope. Yes, we're never going to activate the g7 bishop unless they take on f4 voluntarily, which they shouldn't do, but who knows? Maybe they're going to keep the pressure. They're going to be cracking under the pressure of the knight on f4 because it's the knight in your opponent's territory. It's the strongest knight out there. It's like literally the outpost, even though the file is not open. But no, here Andrea does the worst thing one could ever see. After knight takes g3, me and Hammer wanted to shut down the stream and leave the commentary room because this is unacceptable. She literally sacrificed her knight for a pawn on g3, keeping her bishop on g7 completely blocked, and there's absolutely no way. Plus, activated the rook on h1, and there's absolutely no way we can do anything about this bishop, because even what happened in the game, e4 would be a slight chance, sacrificing another pawn, but the problem is that they can just play g4 and then take the e4 later. And yes, okay, at the very least, the bishop would be active. It would be worth it, but no, Andrea took on e4, and after knight to e4, the questions were asked to this bishop. How on earth is this bishop gonna be activated? And all white needed here to win was to swap the light squared bishops and basically dominate the position on all these squares. But for some reason, later on down the road, when all this happened, Andrea did not use the chance to play a4. As you remember, oh, hey, Hammer, I was actually having the best time ever because Alex was in the chat and I was having my rant about Andrea's knight g3 to her. And you know what? It feels better when Alex says that she agrees. So knight to c5 happened in the game. And after all that, Andrea did play that. Actually, let me bring the game. What was, I think it was, what was in the game, Hammer? I think it was a4.
Rook b8 at some point.
Oh yeah, rook
No,
b8.
queen e8, queen e7 first.
Queen
maybe.
e7, Andrea played queen e7. Now after a3, rook a b8, I was like, excuse me, I hope you're gonna play b5 one day, because if you are not, I'm gonna take this rook and put it you don't know where. You don't want to know where. So rook b1, knight c5 takes here. Andrea makes, and after this moment, believe it or not, but Andrea did the best possible moves in the situation. Starting from now on, Andrea Botez started playing like a grandmaster, like a true grandmaster. She goes knight to e4, and after knight takes e4, she breaks up in the center with c6 with the hope of activating her bishop. That's an amazing move by Andrea. And after d takes c6 would be a tremendous mistake. Her opponent didn't do that, because then we would be freely pushing the pawn. Instead, her opponent plays queen d3 with a very dubious idea of taking on d5. After Andrea takes, it would have been better, according to WGM Dina Bellingcat, to take with the pawn, trying to keep this guy still blockaded. But
then both pawns are isolated, Dina. Then the pawns will not be cooperating.
Of course. But you're in that situation that you need to choose among two evil. And after queen to d5, we got another extremely impressive move by Andrea. Basically going to the endgame, that thing that she would never do in the past. But now it's a new Andrea. It's a grandmaster Andrea. And after queen takes f7, rook takes f7, bishop d3 only move. Here, Andrea finds the most impressive move ever. She says, remember, Dina, you wanted to talk to me about my rook? We gotta have that discussion right now after b5. Impressive decision by Andrea Botez, attacking the pawn on c4, and now after c takes b5, this extra pawn becomes a double pawn and has absolutely no value, because now, first time ever in history of this game, Andrea Botez gets the chance to push the pawn in the center and activate her bishop. And I am very desperate in this situation, because I don't know how on earth I'm gonna make Andrea understand that knight takes g3 was a mistake.
And that's the end of the story, Dina. Basically, Dina going through the entire game saying Andrea messed up in the opening, but because she played the last 10 moves so well, we're never going to make her realize that she messed up the opening.
Exactly. Plus, Alex was here in the chat, so I wanted to rant real hard. The only opportunity that she would listen. Maybe, no, Andrea would never listen to Alex. But yeah, I mean, if
So
you need
we're teaching Alexandra how not to play the King's Indian.
Exactly.
Using Andrea's game. Yeah, no, that makes sense to me.
Well, now that Alex is in chat, for the few times, I don't know, Alex, if you heard, but Hammer gave a lot of compliments to Alex Bonzea for both your prep and Andrea's prep, which was really impressive for me to hear.
I mean, I was trying to take credit for his work, but if that's how you interpreted it, then sure.
Oh yeah, because Hammer went through the lines and like made
I
sure
approved
they
it.
were not
I
rotten.
did my job, right?
Yeah. No, yeah, you do. You can actually take credit for your student coach. Up. She's trying. The
Well, this is
hand.
like the fourth time she's gone after her bishop. I think she just realizes that she got tricked with that pawn sacrifice on the side of the board, and now the black pawns rushing forward. Andrea was just very, very clever in this phase of the game.
Man. Feels good, huh? And what is that girl doing on near Andrea? Is she like, bro, if I sit there in front of all these people, will I become famous? All
Maybe
right.
she's her friend?
Greedy Dina. I'm not sure that girl even knows that she's on
Yeah,
camera.
she doesn't really seem to be aware she's on camera.
No, I think she's lurking on Andrea. She's like, oh, look at that beautiful girl. She's so successful. She's so beautiful. She's so smart. I want to be like her. Oh no, oh my god, she took the bishop on g3. Oh man, I'm gonna get out of here. I don't want to play chess like her. Andrea is bored. She's like, man, chess is so boring. Up. Wait, but she activated her bishop. Maybe I should. Maybe I should give her more credit. Wait. Yes, she took the knight on g3. Yes, she took the bishop with the knight on g3, but did activate.
Madalena's going to be in time trouble now as well.
Right.
I don't know how accustomed she is to being in time trouble, but surely not as much as Andrea is.
Andrea is confident. That's the most important.
Chat asking what move we're on. Let me double check that for you guys. This is move 27. And wow, Dina, you're not going to believe this. Computer says the best move for white here is pawn to g4.
Not happening.
Yeah, that is definitely not happening.
But how is this? What's the point? Like, it's only good for me, no? Because I move the bishop back and then f2 is attacked. And whenever I play e3, remember my idea like bishop e2 doesn't is really even worse here.
Yeah, no, you make a decent point.
Up.
Yeah, I don't know. We got to move. She went bishop to e2.
Well, I mean, knowing Andrea, it's gonna be e3 because Andrea is not the type of a person who can patiently capitalize on the two pawns in the center and make the protect the pass pawn to d3 because there is this bishop f4. She's gonna be like, she's not gonna have enough patience to first defend this check over here. But on the bright side, e3 is also great because it's kind of intimidating.
Yeah, but what about the check, Dina?
Oh yeah, sorry. I don't know why I keep forgetting my check. Of course, Hammer. We got the first check.
Surely that's quite tempting as well. No, she's going for the e pawn.
Is she?
Yeah, your Andrea instincts are massively on point, Dina.
I think I have the ability to get into the mind of. I don't want to say the word that starts with W, but I have the ability of getting into mindset of certain type of players and understand their styles and judging on that, see the kind of moves that they're gonna do. Bright side
Okay.
hammer. We talked about it. Andrea is low on time, so any move that she does quick is good for us.
Yeah, so pawn to e3 has been played. And she's about to castle. Dina, she's about to give up her rook on b1. No, wait, she's moving the rook.
Oh my
Rook to
god,
b3.
this is the thing that I hate the most when I get paired against kids is that they keep their hand on the piece when the piece is already on the square. And you know what I usually do? Slap that hand right there and say, put your piece back and think. And once you take a decision, do it.
I remember you did that actually. Dina's not even exaggerating. She actually did that in a tournament we covered.
Oh, right. You were commentating on that one. Yeah, I was in Charlotte. That's correct.
Um.
Oh my god, I think I made a short from that as well. Up. She's there for
Okay,
another
she's gonna
move.
go king f1. She's not gonna take this pawn because then. Oh no, she is gonna take that pawn. I was gonna say then Andrea will both attack the rook and attack the king, but actually the rook can block on the f3 square, so she can actually just recapture.
Yeah, but then we can just, I think Andrea will see it and then she's just gonna do like bishop e4, bishop d4. I mean, she's still got the passable and she's got the two bishop positions completely open. The king is misplayed. The rook on h1 is not doing anything anymore. Come on, Andrea's position is a dream.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Andrea's like one move away from her opponent consolidating, having an extra pawn, no?
Extra pawn? Excuse me?
This is an extra pawn.
Didn't your sister told you that these are double pawns, therefore they're considered only like 1.5 and not 2?
She did not, no.
So you do have a sister.
Yeah.
Got them. Got them.
I mean, that was like a 50-50 decision.
All right, chat, everybody, let's focus. I think Andrea's gonna see this rook f3. She's gonna play bishop to e4, and then she's gonna play. I mean, come on.
I think bishop d3.
What about g4?
Yeah,
Oh,
I like
g3.
g4, but I also like bishop d3. So what I like with this bishop d3, Dina? Okay, we're having a fight over who gets to move.
Oh, I know what you like about it. Sorry, Hammer. You want to do this, but I'm gonna.
No, I don't want to do that.
Okay.
I want to do this.
Oh, Jesus Lord! My goodness, this is so strong. And then the bishop is here, and they're like up. Andrea moved. Oh no, your opponent's thinking. No, never mind. And after this, the rook has a hard time stopping the c-pawn, but also the king is gonna be under the checks of the opponent's rooks. Man, I don't want to see this. I mean, this is like...
No, this is good. This I like.
Yeah. I meant I don't want to see this for white because it's painful.
Yeah, but I don't see how she can avoid bishop c4. The thing is, it's kind of difficult to find. It's kind of difficult to realize the importance of getting this pawn even further up and realizing the best way to get it further up is through a capture, not to actually move forward. Because anytime Andrea tries to go pawn to d4 here, when then she's allowing the knight to potentially just blockade the pawn later on, and then this pawn is making sure that the bishop cannot utilize the d4 square moving forward. So by giving the check and then playing bishop c4, we get our pawn forward. We keep this bishop diagonal open. We're able to capture the pawn on b5 afterwards. I'm liking this very much.
Yeah, I bishop d3 I think is easy to spot. Bishop c4, my instincts say that Andrea is not gonna see this move.
Well, your instincts have been spot on so far, so I guess that's a bit of a troubling prediction then.
Yeah, she moved. Did she?
No, she's still thinking. But she's got to move soon because she's running out of time. She has
I mean,
less
worst.
time than Andrea now.
Yay! Now we're talking. I think worst comes to worst. It's like Andrea makes a draw here, which is also fine, knowing where we're starting from. Although knowing Andrea, for her against a low-rated opponent, against the kid, there is only one result, which is a win, and that's why initially I was really worried about playing a lower section because if you always want to win, you might, take too much risk and be a little bit too stubborn and not flexible enough.
What do you mean?
I mean
Alexandra
that.
does that even when she plays 2200s. She
Wait.
doesn't become less stubborn just because she plays in the big boy section
Wait,
or
really? I,
big
I
girl
thought
section.
Andrea was the
Sorry.
only one who was trying to win every single game. Even
Oh no, Alexandra lost again. Well, she's listening now, so I can't say this out loud because we need to keep the positive spirit with the new tournament, new opportunities. But yeah, there was an incident in Reykjavik that was unfortunate.
Oh, but in Prague, I don't think so. I think it was sorry, not in Prague. In Fermentera, I think in Fermentera, Alex actually was just trying to just play solid and keep it tight. If you see what I mean. So actually, I mean, I don't know. I've seen that issue more with Andrea. But that being said, an apple always falls not far away from the tree. The famous Rick saying.
Madalena is down less than 3 minutes now, Dina.
Woo! Spicy.
They still have like more than 10 moves to make.
Okay. Uh, and she might not take, right? She might not take for whatever it's worth. Up, king. Where you put it? Where you put it, girl? Put your hand back. Put your hand back. You're not thinking with your hand. You're thinking with your brain. Put that hand under your shoe in this case.
She's genuinely going to lose on time if she doesn't become more decisive in the next phase.
Remove your hand, or else I'm gonna call your papa. And I'm sure Papa is watching the stream. Papa, we're gonna have a conversation. That hand is very distracting. My student, my client is distracted
No, but
by the
something
hand
is
of your
happening
daughter.
behind her, and she's paying more attention to that than the fact that she has less than 2 minutes on her clock.
She already touched the king. You don't have to be a genius to know that the king is under check. She doesn't need to touch the king to know that she has to move it.
I have a question, Dina. Is it touch move? If you touch the king and then the king touches the pawn, is that touch move on the pawn?
Yes. I'm surprised you asked this, but yes, the answer is yes. You gotta take the. Oh, you mean the king touches the pawn? I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. No, actually. Okay, let me think. Um, no, I think it's an accident. I think it's an accident. I think it's fine. You don't have to move it in that case. You don't have to take
But
it.
you know they changed the touch move rules to be more stupid. Now it doesn't matter whether you had the intention to move. Oh, she played.
No,
She
it's me.
played. Oh.
It's me. But I
Oh
actually
my
asked
God,
this
I'm
first.
getting a shock.
She's
Don't do that,
taking.
Dina.
She's taking the pawn on f2, and she has just wasted a huge amount of time for nothing because king f2 was literally the only move in that position. We talked about the chat, the power of elimination. You gotta use the principle of elimination and make a decision fast purely because you don't have any other choice.
But stepping the king into the path of the rook, I mean, I understand her concern. I'm just what I'm not understanding is she's paying so much attention to something happening behind her. I feel like she's gonna lose on time. She only has 1 minute left. She does get an additional 30 seconds per move she makes, but I'm seriously concerned that she's not going to be able to make her moves quickly enough.
Yeah, that is the issue that we often see with kids in chess, and that's why chess is so good for kids, is that they have this, they are easily distracted, and it's hard to focus. So that's why you gotta bring your kids to chess. The chess helps your kids teach how to be focused, and that's just another day in the office of the life of my mama, for example, who is a chess coach. But back to the point. Andrea now has to find, basically, I mean, and she has a choice now. G4, bishop e4, bishop d3, the genius idea of Mr. Hammer, with the idea of putting the bishop on c4. As long as you don't play bishop c2, because it's kind of pointless. Although I would argue that, what if we, I mean, yeah, the problem is that both knight and bishop are blocking this, so we don't want that. Let's see what Andrea does. She's gonna play fast. Bishop e4 she played. This is fine. I'm not opposed to that.
Computer
gotta
didn't
move.
like it.
Yeah, but you know, computer. You know this ancients. Like, yeah, you know that.
Yeah, no, king has to move, right? I was thinking bishop to f3, but then pawn to g4 wins the game.
Ooh, that's a trick that one can fall into. No, I think she's gonna. She might play king. She might play king e3. That's my speculation.
It seems risky putting your king into the open. Well, no, this gives up the pawn, Dina.
Actually, now, Hammer, that she said that, I'm extremely excited for this because the king is under check, and the only way is to say the pawn is king g1, which is really bad.
She's going
really
king
bad.
e3.
Okay. I think Andreas made a smart
I think she
decision.
lost on time.
What?
No.
You are the drama king.
No,
out
no,
there.
seriously. She was down to like seconds.
38, it says. So 8 seconds. Okay,
But
Andreas
that's
gonna
it.
take.
She was down to 8 seconds then when she moved. Andrea captures the pawn.
Yes. I think, honestly, Hammer, I think
Let's stick with the
practically-
moves, Dina.
Yeah. I think it's a great decision.
Let's stick with the moves, Dina. So bishop e4, king e3, bishop takes on g2.
Yes, I
Rook
think
to
it's a great
G1.
decision. I think it's an amazing decision. And now Andrea has just won a pawn. She has a d4 check, which is very
Well, she was
spicy.
already down a pawn, right?
No, but yes. Objectively, no. Technically, yes. I expect d4. Can I move it? Am I allowed to move it?
No.
Okay, then chat, just imagine the pawn goes to d4 and then the bishop goes to e4. Isn't that a dream come true? Or maybe
No.
rook check.
Okay, you can move.
Maybe rook check. No, I'm not. I'm gonna use the power of arrows. Maybe check. But then...
Yeah, check and then the rook can come up. I like that.
Oh boy. I can't. I want to do that. I can't. Okay, I'm not touching it. But rook to e8 and then rook to f2.
Ooh, but actually this could backfire, Dina. I'm going to make some moves. Rook to e8, check on the king. King goes back. Rook comes in, trying to attack versus the king. But then the rook goes for the trade. And if the trade happens, then you attack the rook and you attack the bishop, and Andrea loses. Oh, and we are going down this variation. Andrea has played rook to e8. She has played this check against the king. And
yeah,
now
that's an easy way to miss it. That's such an easy way to miss it.
But she needs to go king here to have the ability of moving the rook along the third rank. If she moves the king one to the side, then the rook...
Push your king back! Okay. She almost did it. She almost played king d3. But then she put it back.
She played king d3.
Yes! Great.
And now
my-
Andrea can get her rook into the attack because now the white rook is unable to contribute in defense.
Are we gonna see rook to f2?
Andrea has less than 2 minutes remaining, but she's very tempted to make this rook f2 move. And now it's a good move. Earlier it was a bad move, now it's a good move. And the only difference is the positioning of the white king.
Just to keep it straight, Dina rooting for the kid downfall, you want me to root for the kid's win. So you want me to root against Andrea.
Okay, Andrea went for the bishop trade.
Hmm?
She's voluntarily giving up the bishop pair. I cannot say that I approve. Her opponent doesn't go for the trade and instead uses her rook to defend her own bishop. One thing, Dina, is that it's this pawn on the side of the board is very scary for Andrea. If she doesn't succeed with her attack against the white king right now, this white pawn will just become a new queen.
I agree. Well, one thing I would say is that you gotta activate your instincts. Your instincts are put the rook on open files, and once you got the open files, what's your instinct number 2? Put the rook on the 7th and on the 2nd rank, because this is where all the action's happening. It's like according to your religion. That's why rook f2 would be so good. But okay, we're in a difficult time situation. Bishop f3 happened on the board. Chat, how about you are being impartial? How about you come to the BotezLive stream and not root for your favorite streamer?
Andrea goes for the trade between the bishops. And now I am legitimately scared about this pawn. Very, very nervous. Rook recaptures. I assume we're going rook to f3 check, but I don't really think it's giving us anything. Rook to f3 check on the king. The king steps back, and now both the black rooks are under attack.
Okay.
No, good choice from, very good move from Andrea. Andrea was losing control of the position, but now after rook to b8, she's winning the pawn on b5. And importantly, she's making sure that that pawn is not just going to queen easily in the endgame. That was a very important move from Andrea.
Nice. Oh. Okay.
Okay, she's playing rook to g2, allowing Andrea to just take the pawn. I think no need to overthink this. Just take the pawn. How many moves remaining, Dina?
4.
Okay,
Exactly.
Andrea has captured the pawn.
Now Andrea is officially a pawn up. First time in the game.
King to
a
c2.
pawn up.
So the rooks are defending the pawns. So this is gonna be a long game, Dina. This is gonna be an end game grind.
I love to see king to c2 because when I say it, it's sarcastic. I hate to see king to c2 because when in endgame, you gotta keep your king active, not passive. But I understand.
Maybe she's trying to get the king up along the side of the board to attack the rook.
Okay.
Because right now her problem with the king was that Andrea was controlling all the squares so that the king could not move forward.
And also rook f3 was a threat, right?
Yeah.
And then G4.
In fact, I kind of want to renew this. I want Andrea to go G4. I want her
Yeah.
to put her pawns on the light squares so that these pawns are controlling light squares, and then she can have her bishop attacking the pawn in the long run.
That's amazing. Honestly, it is gonna be a long game, I agree, but Andrea has been playing it like a beast so far. She's officially a pawn up. She's a bishop against a knight in the endgame. She has a way to create a passed pawn on the king side. And all right, the only thing I don't like, and this is important for you, Chad, to take a note of, is that in the endgame, in the rook endgame, when there is a passed pawn, we always want our rook to be active. We want the rook on b5 to be behind the pawn and the rook on b3 to be in front for black. For white, on the contrary, Madlena here is in a good situation because her rook on b3 is a strong rook supporting the pawn. What happened?
Oh, I thought she was about to blunder. I thought she was about to go rook to e6 to make a double attack. But no, she played the rook to give a check on the king. And Andrea doesn't move the king to h7. Andrea moves the king in such a way that she allows another check on her king from the knight. That's a bit surprising to me, but computer kind of likes Andrea's move.
Oh, I guess she missed it, but at the same time, it's not that scary, is it? I mean,
No.
it forces Andrea to bring her king up to the center, which we want. Just make sure you don't, oh, sorry, you don't blunder after rook here, and then this would be unfortunate. But okay, it's not gonna happen.
That would be very bad. But the good news is they're now executing their 40th moves. But knight to d3 has been played, and that actually stops the protection from the rook towards the pawn on g3. Andrea can actually shorten her task of getting this win if she can use her 40th move to take the pawn, and she does. Andrea up 2 pawns, and those are very valuable pawns that can work together, getting across to the other side of the board. Both players get an additional 30 minutes, but in a situation where Andrea has 2 extra pawns. Very, very nicely done from Andrea. And I feel pretty confident that she's going to win this now.
You know, Hammer, I think this proves my theory, and this is a great thing that it happened to Andrea. Here, we had a lot of these discussions. I do believe that if you want to win against underrated kids, which are extremely talented, extremely hardworking, extremely serious, you gotta trade queens. You gotta take them to the end game because this is where they are lacking the most skill and the strategical understanding. All these kids do is take stakes. They calculate 10 plies.
Are you describing Madalena or Andrea?
Both. No, actually, wait. You got me. Okay. Well, in case of Andrea, she's a relatively less kid than her opponent. And she has an experience. She played here in Charlotte in January against not 1, but 6 kids in a row. The last one, was a 21-year-old who tried to sneak her phone number. The video you can check out on YouTube, but was still like, maybe he was 20. I don't know. Maybe he was still a kid. But all the games she played were in the end games, and she had great positions. Some of them she won, some of them she threw. But I think she got really good grip, and I think Queen F7 was intentional. And remember, Hammer, ever since
I'm not sure they realized they made move 40 because the moves keep coming in very quick.
Maybe this is that kind of a clock that has a you need to lose on time to get an extra time. And I mean, you don't want to be the first to lose on time, and you gotta be sure. But finishing my point, I'm pretty sure Andrea's Queen F7 here trading queens was intentional, and I'm very happy that she got a chance to prove the point. So I think we're seeing here tremendous improvement from Andrea. And for those who were saying that I'm rooting against Kid, I do not. I truly wish the Kid the best of luck, and I think Madlena had a very impressive advantage in the middle game, and I think it's an opportunity for her to learn how to you know how to capitalize on that advantage. And don't forget that Coach Hammer actually offered Madlena help, so I will be gladly sharing his Discord tag, making sure the coaching is gonna take place.
Uh-oh. I was making a joke, Dina.
You were trying to roast Andrea, but yeah.
This is the cost. I have won, but at what price?
You know what, Hammer? Now that we reached move 40, I feel like it is time. It is time for me to leave you
Okay.
alone with chat. Everybody can breathe now. We're almost reaching 10,000 views. Let me remind everybody that Coinbase is the sponsor of our event. Make sure to participate in the giveaway. Alexandra already won, so we have $2,500 today in giveaway. Make sure to use the command raffle and Coinbase and participate with the email you use to sign up for Coinbase, and at the very least claim already your first $20 off by using the promo code BOTEZ20. I will be right back.
And also a message from the man behind the scenes. There is a once you have signed up and entered the raffle, you are eligible for all the following raffles for the rest of the tournament. So make sure to sign on early to be a part. And it's not enough to do exclamation raffle in chat. You actually have to fill out the Google Doc, people. Okay. So Andrea has definitely realized that they got extra time, and she's trying to figure this out because suddenly her central pawn is under attack. So she needs to deal with that. And I think Andrea is kind of regretting having played her rook back so quickly. Because frankly, this rook was super well placed. It was blocking the pawn from moving forward. It was keeping this guy protected. Rook back was actually quite a clear mistake from Andrea, both provoking her opponent to push the pawn forward, but also provoking the opponent to go after the central pawn. Yeah, the moves were coming in so quickly, I don't think we really understood how big of a mistake rook to b7 was. Obviously, Andrea is still winning, but now she has to deal with king takes d5, pawn to b5, and in some cases, there's also knight to c5. Like pawn to h5, knight to c5, knight is attacking the rook, while the white rook is attacking the black bishop. And it's just a happenstance that Andrea has bishop to f2 to get out of this trouble. If not for this bishop move, then this would have been a bit of a disaster for Andrea. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of this rook to b7 move, and after king to d4, Andrea's been thinking already for 5 minutes. And she's going to get into a time trouble again. She needs to take control of the c5 square with her bishop. I mean, I think that's valid, but at the same time, if she does do that, then she allows a pawn to be captured while also putting pressure on the bishop. So to me, I feel like you just got to rush these pawns as quickly as possible. That would be my approach. pawn to h5, get that pawn just running up the board, and exploit the fact that if the knight tries to attack the rook, you can do a counterattack from the bishop and make this trade and then continue pushing the pawns. You're gonna lose a pawn doing that compared to the previous situation. But since you have 2 pawns against white's 1, you're probably gonna be okay anyway. Sepper is trying to make the argument that Andrea is better when she's low on time. So we should be encouraged by the fact that she's thinking her way into another time trouble situation. I don't know. I do agree she played very well in this game in the time trouble phase. But I do also think it's easier to find the good moves if you have a bit of time to figure it out. And she just moved the rook back to b5. You can do that, but then the rook is trying to give protection to the pawn via the 5th rank. But then knight to c5 blocks this rank. Ooh, but then bishop check on the king. King captures pawn, but then bishop takes knight. And we cannot take back because then you lose the rook. And if the king tries to attack both the rook and protect the rook and attack the bishop, then rook to b7 keeps the situation such that after pawn takes, rook takes, and the rooks are protecting each other to win the game. Yeah, so I guess she can go like you guys were suggesting. She can go rook back. But then she spent 2 moves getting into the same position she had earlier. It feels a bit bad having to go back and forth. Better to admit your mistake. There are definitely occasions where admitting your mistake is very clever. I do agree with that. But it's difficult psychologically. What's your favorite child opponent story? You can't really have a favorite child opponent story. Because it's always bad news. My favorite child chess stories are from when I was a child. Because then I get to be on the winning side. Andrea goes rook f5. So she's keeping the pawn protected, but using the other rook to do so. And this is sensible. I approve. Move knight, attack 2 pieces. Yeah, that's what Andrea is hoping is going to happen. The knight to c5 would be a terrible mistake now because of bishop to f2. And then the bishop gives a check on the king. The king has to move, but after the king moves, you can capture the knight. And then you can also give a check, and basically, yeah, you're gonna lose. You're not only losing your knight, you're also losing your rook thereafter. B5 is played quite quickly. So now this pawn is trying to become a new queen. But pawn to h5 seems very straightforward for Andrea. She just needs to get her pawns moving. And the reason we want to use this h pawn instead of this other pawn. So the other pawn has come further, but the thing is, this bishop is blocking the pawn's path. And also the bishop is not controlling, the bishop is controlling 2 squares on the other, on the h pawn's path. So even though the h pawn is further back, it's also further away from the from the white king, and it's got a clear path to become a new queen. So Andrea has a very nice plan of just pushing this one as far as possible. Cool asks, would it be weird to stand behind your opponent to see how the board looks from their point of view? There's players who actually do this. There's quite a few players who do this as a strategy. I'm not sure how much it helps them, but I've definitely seen people use this as a conscious way of getting a different perspective on the board. Certain Botezes have been known to do this. Oh, really? I didn't know that. What I will say is that, for instance, when you're a much stronger player and you're watching someone that you know, in general, you should watch them from behind their board. And in the Chess Olympiad, which is a team competition, it's like world championship for teams. In the Chess Olympiad, you're not allowed to stand behind the opponent's board because you're not allowed to stand in the sight of vision of your teammates. And that's a direct consequence of some cheating that happened back in the day. Was that Feller? Yes. Sebastian Feller, 2010. A French player was cheating during the Olympiad, and he was being fed moves by his team captain, and the team captain would move around in his field of vision to relay the moves via code. Cheating without a computer, I never heard of it before. Well, so the team captain would have another guy getting the correct moves, and then he would get them on his phone, and then he would go back into the venue and then relay the best move to so there were 3 guys cheating: the player, the team captain, and the computer guy. Vicky says he got a prison sentence for that. Oh, did he? I don't know, but I think there was a trial, and then like he won a big cash prize because he was the best placed player on his board, so he won like $5,000 or something. How did they get caught? So the phone the team captain had used to get these cheating moves was paid for by the French Chess Federation, and the texts had been discovered when the French Chess Federation were paying for the phone bill. So the French Federation reported their own team for cheating. Did they get hinted to check text messages? Otherwise, no, I think they got on your phone bill. I think you get an overview of the calls that's being made, right? And then it was a suspicious amount of calls that were being made while the game was going on. Or text messages. I don't really know the details. Why is that sign in English? Maybe it's like a international company. The US is super lucky. Do you know why US streamers make so much more money than European streamers? It's because the US is a single market. Whereas in Europe, you have all these, even though you have like the EU, like the different brands of chocolate, even if they have the same producer, they may have different branding from country to country, which I think makes it less valuable for them to do brand promotions, because it could be different in Sweden and Norway and England and Netherlands and Belgium. What year did the French cheating happen? 2010. What's your favorite chocolate? I really like this new one they made in Norway a couple of years ago. It's so good. It's called Toppris. It's fantastic. I also really like Troika. Norwegian chocolate is the best chocolate because it's not as sweet as the American stuff, which is, I mean, it's still sugary as hell, but it's not as sweet. It's a little bit better. Swiss chocolate? I mean, Swiss chocolate is okay. It's just massively overpriced, no? Uh-oh. What are you doing, Andrea? Rook to f3. She's moving the rook a second time in a row, and she's abandoning her entire plan on the previous move. Why are we not pushing the pawn to become a new queen? I'm so confused. First, we moved this rook away from protecting here, and now we're moving this rook away from protecting. Okay, at least she's still preventing this from happening. This is such an easy plan. I would like to see her play it. Also, why not just capture the pawn now? Like, I don't even see anything wrong with this. I need Dina back. Where did Dina go? I thought she was taking a break, not a holiday. We need Dina's ability to correctly guess Andrea's moves.
I can't believe you missed me. That's so sweet. That is so sweet of you.
I didn't formulate it quite like that.
But this is what you meant. This is exactly what you meant. I
Were
thought
you?
you were like, finally I'm alone. Finally that beat left me alone. And I have a piece for myself, my own commentary, just good old days, me and chat.
Yeah, now that you mention it, maybe I do regret.
I like your bottle. I also have quite the same.
Yeah, it's Hikaru merch. I'm drinking from Hikaru merch, and I'm wearing the Botez merch.
Man, you gotta take up your mind. It's not possible to continue like this anymore. You
No,
gotta make a
I'm a
decision.
big fan of free stuff.
Oh. No comment.
I've watched some influencers on these channels, whatever. It pops up in my algorithm. I don't know why. Oh damn, I'm digging myself into a hole. But some of the videos I've seen, Dina, they're a skit on Eastern European women,
Mm-hmm.
and it says that Eastern European women, they expect the guys to spend quite a bit, and they have certain expectations, fancy restaurants and stuff like that.
Uh,
Is that true? Is that why your reaction when I said I like free stuff? You were like, oh, the more expensive, the better.
I don't know what's the board situation right now, because if we start this subject, it might take us a while to get it over with. I don't know how boring is Andrea's game right now, because if I start, I will not finish. Um, there is a certain belief, and there is a sort of category of women that follow this path. I am not into that category. In fact, I shame those women with those categories, but I cannot deny the fact that such a thing exists. Now, that being said, the reason why I had this reaction is because when people enjoy free stuff, there is a line that needed to be crossed between people being generous, people being greedy, people enjoying the free opportunity without giving anything back. But you're not into that category. So I guess I was trying
Ah,
to roast you on this
sure. Let's say that.
by calling you a cheap guy enjoying free stuff, but I would never say it or mean it in any way, because I have so much respect to you and I know you're not like that. It was just a perfect
Sure,
moment.
you don't know me that well. Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. But how
I
is my
take
girl
pride in
doing?
being cheap. I don't understand how cheap is. Why does it have to be such a bad word? I'm frugal. Let me rephrase. I'm not cheap. I'm frugal.
Yes, you recycle your dust, right? You put paper in one, cans in another one, bottles in
I
the
am
third.
an avid recycler, yes, but I think that's beside the point. That's being a good person, a
Fine.
proper person.
You save the world. I like that. Tell me now, how's my girl doing? I've been away for all this time. I want to know
Well,
how she
she
did.
only played 2 moves in the time that you were gone. First, she played rook f5 to protect the pawn. Then her opponent started getting a new queen, and then she spent another 10 minutes only to move the rook away from the pawn she was protecting.
Ah,
So let's just say optimism hasn't been great while you were gone. And that's kind of why I was missing you, because we need your brain to understand what Andrea is going to do next, because Lord knows I haven't been close in my guesses.
she doesn't. She basically, by playing rook f3, Andrea thought that she was playing against the kid, and then by leaving away a pawn, she thought that the kid would take that pawn, and she prepared a trap, which was, I assume, rook d7, king c4, and then I don't know what. Maybe she wanted to trap her own rooks onto knight e5. Joking, just kidding. But she definitely wanted to sacrifice this pawn for some reason, but she forgot that this is chat and not checkers.
Well, I've been trying to make the argument, Dina, that Andrea could just push her pawn, and it's the easiest plan in the world.
Luckily, here she can still do it. The weird thing is that obviously, like, she doesn't even need her rook to pin the knight because the knight is already restricted by the bishop. I'm sure Hammer told you that, Chad. So there is no way the knight can stop the pawn. But Andrea must have felt safer with the knight being pinned for some reason.
Yeah, but also, can you explain to me why king takes d5 was not played?
I think it's some long term. I mean, maybe she wanted to have an active rook instead of a passive rook and now push. Uh, I don't know. I think she started hallucinating, but she definitely wanted to sacrifice the pawn on purpose. But
And then
yeah,
her opponent didn't take the pawn.
obviously because like her opponent is learned poker from Alexandra Botez, and her opponent knows if you're getting a free stuff, it's not just because it's because they think you are a child, but you're not a child anymore. You read that bluff very easily.
Yeah. No, yeah, no, I'm having big trouble understanding what's going on in this game. I would really like to see Andrea just pushing that pawn to become a new queen.
She's gonna do it. She's gonna do it sooner or later. We're gonna see that. Don't worry. Trust me. She's gonna do it. She's just overprotective. She has Andrea has this, prophylactical thinking a little bit. She just took it to the next level.
She only has 10 minutes remaining. So far, she spent 20 minutes to play 2 moves. If that
Right.
trend continues, she's going to lose some time after the next move.
Um no, but Andrea's trying to win on the spot. Maybe she wants something. She's trying to calculate something like this. But it doesn't really make sense because then your rook is gonna hang out here and
But doesn't this actually work very nicely?
oh right, because you have this one. Check. Oh, she wants to do a checkmate. Got it.
I mean, that looks kind of good.
Yeah, see? I told you I knew what she was gonna do. I think she just wants.
Although the computer was not too impressed.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't look at the engine. I am using my brain just like a professional commentator should.
Well, that is up for debate.
I know. I was joking. Look, we won here. This is what she wanted. Look, Hama. Look,
Yeah,
Hama.
okay. You've convinced me what she's gonna do.
Maybe it's a two-factor thinking from Andrea. In fact, she outsmarted her opponent. She thought, I'm gonna pretend I'm bluffing a pawn on d5, but in fact, the taking on the d5 is good. She's not gonna do it. She's gonna go king c5.
She went bishop
this-
f2. Sorry, I interrupted your flow.
No. This is good. This is good. I was just explaining to chat. This is a two-factor. This is a two-factor thinking from Andrea. It's a out bluff the bluff. So she bluffed the pawn on d5, which was a fake bluff, which was a real bluff, because her opponent should have taken, but her opponent didn't. And Andrea knew that her opponent would not, because they would trust her. And this is actually where Andrea set up her trap of mate into...
But why can the king not go back now?
on d5, right?
Yeah.
You ask me? Why do you ask me? Ask Andrea.
You're making a lot of moves now. Are
I'm
you happy?
sorry.
Unhappy?
I'm sorry. I
just cannot understand how many opportunities Andrea has had to start pushing pawns, and she's doing everything but push the pawns.
Yeah, she's getting too much distracted by playing like a cat with her mouse, with a prey. She kind of wants to finish faster. She thinks that pushing the pawn is lame. That's exactly what she's gonna do. Yeah, I saw that, but that was lame. Hammer's laughing. I feel like I'm having.
No, I mean you got the. I mean the voice was not great, but the comment was spot on.
Interesting. The voice should be the easiest to improve in my impersonalization of Andrea Botes. On a serious note, yeah, that's exactly what's happening to her mind. And it's like, I've been in those situations when you have, it's like, I told you this before, Chad, remember small brain and big brain? Sometimes you have this super easy solution, which is like a small brain, but you think that's too good to be true, too easy to be the right way. So you're kind of trying to find this hidden genius idea, and you think you're gonna be super smart when you do that, but in fact you're just overthinking.
Yeah. I just want her to push some pawns.
Up the hand. Up. She took.
Okay.
No.
Well, that's a big mistake. That's a losing mistake, in fact.
See?
Because now, like Dina's demonstrating, check on the king. The king is unable to keep the knight defended, because if the king goes to the left, then you lose out to a... What the... Dina.
What happened?
She played bishop g1.
Right away?
She, without thinking. The first move she's not been thinking. Now she finally had a just easy win just using checks. I'm so confused, Dina. Why did this happen? Why did she not just take the knight? Rook check, If the king moves to the left, then we get a check here. And we don't even take the rook, because then we lose our knight. So it's better to just take the knight outright. But yeah, this is just easily winning. Check, we take the knight. If the king goes to the right, then we give a check. And if the king moves back, yeah, the king is still protecting the knight, but now the rook is no longer protecting the knight because the king went in the rook's path. And then we take the knight. And if you go anywhere else, we just take the knight immediately.
I think she's tired.
Yeah. But I'm also kind of tired, so I was looking forward to Andrea just finishing the game here and now. And in playing the bishop to g1, she's extended the length of this game by quite a bit.
And what is gonna happen after king to c6? I mean, she
Well,
still
then
has
she
to
can go
face
rook
it.
d6, so I guess this is fine.
Yeah.
And she's still threatening rook d7 next move, so unless Madalena does something to prevent Andrea's threat right now, then I guess it's still okay.
Well, I think Hammer.
What if knight c5?
She must have done it to make Coach Hammer piss Coach Hammer off. Because yeah, and maybe hear me thinking positively. Maybe she did it so that more people can participate in the giveaway by using the command raffle with the affiliated email address that she used to sign up for Coinbase, because she knows that today we're about to give away $2,500. And by extending the game, the giveaway extends, because remember, right after this game finishes, we are gonna make a 10-minute countdown, after which we're gonna be able to announce the winners. So I think Andrea did it for the sake of the content and you, our dear viewers, because she gives you more time to participate in a very unique opportunity of winning some cash in crypto, of course. Da-da-da-da.
And it's not enough to post exclamation point raffle. You also have to fill out the form that Moobot is linking to.
Yeah, chat. That's actually a very important precisement. Who would have thought that Grandmaster Hammer would be my right hand on the CTA for our dear sponsor? But there we go. That's a teamwork. That's what I call it, teamwork. Thank you, Hammer. Never thought I would see or hear or say that. I actually figured something out. I think I know why Andrea didn't push the pawn at the start when her rook was on f5 protecting the pawn. I think. What did we say here?
b5.
Oh, it was rook b5. And then where did we have rook f5?
What are you doing? Rook b7?
Yeah, where was the moment where Andrea played rook f3?
King d4.
Rook f5.
Rook f5. b5.
And now, b5. That's yeah. So here Andrea played rook f3. I think I figured it out. I think she was afraid that the knight would go to c1, h4, and now knight to e2. And she was like, bro, he's stopping my pawn, because if I push, then I get the knight takes g3. Okay, that's actually a very insolid explanation, because there is bishop f2. But I'm pretty sure there was some way where she thought the knight would get activated. She must have blundered something along the lines, maybe miss bishop f2 check somewhere because thought that the square was protected. But she definitely had her reasoning that she could not just get away with pushing the pawn before pinning the knight. That would be my guess. Another choice is that she's just addicted to sacrifices, which is also possible. And this.
But if she was addicted to sacrificing her D pawn, why did she defend it then in the first place?
Oh, because she changed her mind. She was like, sacrifice, not sacrifice, sacrifice, don't sacrifice, please sacrifice, but don't, but I want, but I please, but I want, but okay, I won't do it because Dina's gonna kill me. And then, screw Dina, I wanna do it. I wanna sacrifice the pawn.
Okay.
think
Well,
it was just the
I'm
inner soul
glad to
battle.
get this insight.
Yeah, it was the inner soul battle. And then she's like, Dina is not here. Dina doesn't play the game for me. I play the game, so I do what I want. I'm an independent woman.
Okay, I'm gonna take another 2-minute break, Dina.
Yeah, on that note, that was a bad note. Right. Thank you, Hammer.
No, I'm
Please.
just hungry. I need to get a snack.
Can you get something for me too?
I would, I would. I owe you a lot of snacks, Dina. But I'm a bit too far away.
That's true, but that's okay. You can ship it. It will arrive by the end of the tournament. Hopefully
Chocolate
not
covered
rotten.
carrots. That does sound good.
Yeah. All right. While Mr. Hammer is taking a breaky, I need to remind you the sponsor of our event is Coinbase, your best way to store and trade crypto. And this tournament, we have a particular budget at $20,000 is going to be given away every round. We're going to have one winner of 1,000 and plus 3 additional for $500 if you are doing the great job. Do not forget to use the commands Ruffle and Coinbase. You know that Coinbase is the most trusted and most secure cryptocurrency exchange on the market, used by over 140 million people globally. Coinbase is a big supporter of chess community, and this time giving away the huge amount in cryptocurrency during the whole Sardinia chess festival. So use your chance now before it's too late, even though you're gonna use it again tomorrow. But tomorrow, tomorrow and then after tomorrow, don't postpone the things for tomorrow that you can do today. Even for those who are not granted as winners, you can already get your 20 extra dollars for free if you use the promo code BOTEZ by signing up. Make sure not just to use the command Ruffle, but also fill in the Google form with the email address that you have on your account. I count on you. Yesterday we had 3 winners already of that event, and today, actually 4, and today we're gonna have the other 4. Back to the game, of course. Back to the game, back to the reality. Let's see what we got here. While Hammer is away, how about I touch the board? That would be better than anything. So right now Andrea did this blunder because she was a brain fogged. He rushed. What was? Oh, it was King C5. He rushed. So bishop to king to c5, bishop f2, king to d5, bishop to g1. Here Andrea rushed. Instead, she could have played rook to d7 by winning a piece for free. She did not do that. I think. Oh, her opponent made a move. What was the move? Let me see. What was the move? Do we have a move? Yeah, kind of tired. It was rook to e1. But now, Andrea, the best move here is back to f2. What? What if we're gonna go after the... Oh, because here after rook d1 we got the... Oh. No, this is actually... What? Rook f takes d3? And after rook takes... Oh god, this is... Okay, I gotta show you this. This is winning because we got this girl over here falling apart. But actually this line is not working because of king to c6 and then the pawn gets up. And this is... And here actually white is the one who is... Yeah, this, like, theoretically speaking, this should be winning because we got 2 connected pawns, but This one is way far advanced, and the king is helping. So objectively, most likely it's going to be a draw. But Andrea is definitely not in the risk here. But she's not going to do it because she wants to win. So the best option here for Andrea is to admit her mistakes and play bishop back to f2 with the same idea of playing rook to d7. The position demands a little bit of calculation. I want to click my most favorite button, which says promote. I'm going to promote it all. I'm going to see what's going on here. Promote it all, because we have a lot of lines in this classroom. So it all gets messy when you want to refine moves back. I got to use it and do it now before Hammer is back. Well, he's eating his carrot cake with a chocolate sauce on it. Nasty. Very nasty. Okay, I'm promoting. How many times should I promote so that it promotes to the main line? Oh, jeez. What do you say, chat? Andrea is thinking? Damn right. It's about time she's thinking. See, when I promote, oh, I see what's happening. So you like the board is completely different, right? Well, the fun fact is when I promote the lines, for me, nothing changes. I got to the same line, but now look, I'm gonna update, reload, and it didn't work. What? Are you saying that I didn't promote? Okay, I need Villa's help. Oh my god, my promotions didn't work. I thought I had the power, but I didn't. Yeah, this is annoying. I don't know if there is any chatter who actually understands what I feel right now, but my promo, that's why it never worked. So all the promotions that I did all this time would never ever work. Yeah, basically, okay, never mind. You understand clueless. I want to see just one person who would show me sympathy in what I'm doing. Just talk to herself. I'm not. Oh, there we go. My friend, I realized why you didn't. Okay, I realized what happened. I need to rant to you about something. I need to explain myself. Can I?
Yeah.
So, remember you were yelling at me that I'm moving the board? I wasn't moving the board. I was. You see all this mess that we have here in the classroom, 20 different sublines, and it's like I just want to click one button, like in chess base.
I cannot see those, Dina, because I'm having to have both boards on one screen, so I have them minimized, and then I don't get to see anything other than the board.
All right. Never mind. Boss is in chat. Back to the beautiful position that we have on the board that Andrea just missed the win. But that's fine because she has another win. Another beautiful win.
Oh,
I'm
damn
trying
it.
to find
Dina,
it.
did you break the board?
I didn't break the ball. Man, look at all these sidelines. All I want to do in life is click one button, promote, and make it a main line so that I can use my back and forth. Wouldn't life be beautiful?
Hey, you
if I
just
could do
use your back, your left arrow, and your right arrow, and then.
No, because when you use your right arrow, it makes you to the main line, which is not the game. The game is not the main line. The game is a bunch of sidelines. But okay, it's okay. Never mind, bro. This is I actually honestly we've done so much improvement. Our tech is beyond any judgment today. It's on the grandmaster level. Bishop to what? She played bishop a7.
Yeah.
I guess it's also fine. I guess. Mm. How was your rest, Hammer?
I had half a banana, a spoon of chicken salad, and I also prepared my fish for dinner.
Oh, just to make it clear, you took a break from the commentary to put your fish to season your fish that you were gonna cook
I
later.
did not season it. I took it out to start making it not frozen, defrost it.
Okay, just to make it clear, you eat frozen, fresh from the frozen because you're lazy.
It's cheaper.
Oh, even better. I like how when the moment that I try to humiliate Hammer, he humiliates himself even worse. But okay, Hammer, actually I have a lot of respect for you, and please let me know if I offend you, and if I do, I officially ask for forgiveness. But I'm happy today. I'm in a good mood. I'm roasting because Alexandra won in the amazing way, in a very strong strategical domination, and now Andrea came back from.
Amy says frozen is the freshest fish because it's frozen right as it's collected. I don't know
Right,
if
in
that's
Norway we
true.
have the best fish, right? It's all wild caught.
No, it's not very. No, no. Norway is basically only fish farms these days.
Oh, but you
Yeah.
eat only wild caught.
No. Right now I'm preparing salmon. Salmon.
Oh no, you use the farmer. You use the farmed salmon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Salmon.
Living in
I
Norway.
only this week learned that the L in salmon is not, in fact, an L. Well, it's there, but it's not there, if you know what I mean.
It's like
So I've been
salmon.
struggling to implement it into my language.
Is it like hama?
Maybe.
Okay. I assume you learned that from your bestie, David Howell, who was here early and said that you guys live 10 minutes away from each other.
No, I learned it from my football manager streams, feedback from the audience.
Oh, I see. All right, Mr. Hama. How can you explain bishop to a7?
The bishop was under attacked, so it
Mhm.
moved.
Beautiful. Why did it? Okay, Andres. Okay, what's happening after? Oh, here she's.
How is Andrea down
Oh,
to 3 minutes? When did that happen?
sneaky girl. She wants to checkmate. Nice. I have an idea. I'm telling you guys, Andrea is like a cat playing with her mouse.
Actually, she's still threatening rook d7 check, Dina.
Yeah, exactly. She's just
Because
prolonging the.
if a
Yeah.
nothing move from white, oh, that was not nothing enough. If a nothing move from white, then check, attack the king. The king moves back to attack the rook. But then we take and then take, check on the king. The king has to move. Then we get the rook. And then white counterattacks the bishop. But even this endgame should be quite easily winning.
Yeah, I was telling
For
to chat
Andrea.
while you were on a salmon retreat that earlier we had the same position, but with the king on c6, and then it would be a draw because the pawn would be pushing kind of fast, even though normally, theoretically, like it's most cases it's all winning. Because guys, you might know it, you might not know it, but take a note: two pawns, two connected pass pawns in the rook endgame. If you have like them freely, there are no opponent's pawns to stop. It's always a win against the rook. It's always a win. So here, even if Andrea doesn't know it and she appears into a position like that, she's gonna win it.
Oh, so you're saying we literally thought to illustrate the same variation?
No, it was here. I was showing it here. I'm gonna tell you because computer was screaming like, just admit your own mistake and put the bishop back to f2. And then I said like, okay, what if like, let's
Oh,
say.
she could have given the check on the previous move.
Yeah, no, sorry, that was the line. And then king c6, and according to computer, this is the kind of same situation but different. This is actually, for some reason, it's a draw. And I was telling chat, like, guys, normally it's all win because you got these two brothers here and there was no sister kind of like being a Karen against them. So we should be good here. But unfortunately, this guy over here with the king supporting is quite too strong. And yeah, I mean, you won't think that your nationalist would be it's winning anyway because the brothers are together, right?
Huge raid. Study time coming in with a 2,200 raiders. We're in the finishing moments of this tournament from Sardinia, Italy, a beautiful Mediterranean island. Andrea is facing her worst fears, a kid, but she's currently up a pawn. So Andrea should have chances to win this game. Andrea is down to 3 minutes on the clock. Maddalena has less than 7 minutes. So this whole thing should be resolved within the next 15 minutes.
Thank you so much, Study Time, for the read. And for those of you guys who don't know Study Time, she is actually a very passionate chess improver and have been in fact taking multiple lessons with, if I'm not mistaken, Alessia Santaramo on stream many times. So this is not a this doesn't come from anywhere. Study Time is actually a big chess fan and joins us in the road to 2000 for Andrea Botez.
Study time is Italian.
Yes, grazie mille.
Well, then I feel dumb explaining Sardinia.
Oh, right. Yeah, we are in Italy. Grazie mille, signorita. Oh, probably last one wasn't Italian.
Someone's asking what a nationality Andrea's opponent is. She is Italian, yes. A future member of the Italian national team, potentially.
Hold on a second, I'm gonna call my bestie Alicia. She still might have those dreams. I'll tell her the dreams are flying away from her being an Olympic team because there is some younger generations out there.
Rook e6 is on the board. Now, if rook d7 check, then the rook can interject.
Mm-hmm.
And you're threatening pawn to b6. No, you're not threatening pawn to b6. Andrea, for the love of everything that's good, please start pushing your pawns to become queens. Andrea's endgame technique has not been spectacular today, but if she just decides, ooh, this would be easier if I had another queen, that would fix quite a bit, I feel.
Nice. Nice one. I like. Watching too much BotezLive reels, if you got the reference. Push the pawn, baby. Push the pawn.
Okay, Andrea's down to 1 minute on the clock. She's kind of stressing me out.
Come on, Andrea. Stop
Just
overthinking.
do something.
Come on, Andrea.
Okay, she's pushing the pawns. I mean, she's not pushing the one I wanted, but it's fine.
Yeah, whatever. We take it. I agree. Just
she is controlling this square, and now earlier I said don't push this guy because the bishop is in the way, but now the bishop has moved away and the bishop is controlling. So actually that is the right pawn under these new circumstances.
Did you realize that we both just had this optical illusion and blundered that the pushing G pawn was even possible because we were both rooting for H because we remembered that the bishop was on G3? Isn't that crazy?
I mean, I think it makes sense, but it's interesting that we have the same way of thinking.
Yeah, this is how grandmasters can blunder. Because obviously you wanna because I'll break it down. So in the end games, you wanna have a passer, the most how you say alienated, the most alienated, the furthest away from the opponent's king. So the sider it is, the better, because it's gonna be harder for your opponent pieces and the king to stop it. That's why pushing H is always more natural for experienced players. But obviously G pawn is closer, and now at least I love when Andrea has logic in her moves. And at least bringing the bishop over here on this diagonal, controlling the G1, where it gives Andrea credit because she reached the harmony between her moves.
I'm not liking the fact that she's down to just a minute on the clock, but she now does have a very clear plan for moving forward, which should ease her time pressure a little bit.
Yeah. No, me too. Me too. We're again on those situations where Andrea has an easy plan. And guys, remember, before it's too late, you do want to participate in the giveaway by using the command raffle. Not just the command, but also filling in the form. Because once the game are done, giveaway's gonna be also done. All right. Are we gonna win for the Botez family? You know what that means, another win. Today, Alexandra was paired against an 1800. And you know who else is 1800? It's Andrea.
Actually, Andrea and Alexandra were probably very close to facing each other.
That's exactly my point.
They were actually maybe one board away from playing against each other. That's sick.
We can double check. Andrea's rating is 1879. And what was Alexandra's rating? Alexandra's opponent rating today? We had it earlier. I can bring it up. Oh, here it is. 1873.
They
So
were
it was
three boards away from playing each other.
Was there between 1873 and 1879, were there people?
Oh no.
So it was almost matched. And what's about the color? Alexandra played white, Andrea played black. So they could have easily got paired already today. Yeah.
Wow. If Andrea had been 1876, they would have played each other.
Was there an 1876?
No, there's an 1877.
So 1877. So that's the only guy. But what did the 1877 do today?
He drew, but now it doesn't matter because now if they both make it to 2 points, Andrea is going to be one of the lowest rated on that point group, don't you think?
Exactly. One of those moments when I ask the question because I know the answer and I want to hammer say it himself. That's exactly my point. So we are rooting for Andrea to win, but one of the most exciting things that's gonna happen is not the fact that Andrea is gonna win. It's the fact that she's gonna get paired against Alex tomorrow. So Alexandra, before it's too late, go study your opponent's weaknesses.
Okay, King C4 is on the board. Andrea to move yet again. I see no reason not to continue pushing this pawn forward.
Mm-hmm.
So if G3, maybe we're a bit scared about knight to E5.
Yeah.
But then we can take. Ooh, and now it's important not to be fancy. We cannot be fancy here, take out the knight and go for the new queen. Oh, apparently we can do this. Rook back, and now we gotta push the pawn. Because here, if we get a new queen, then it's suddenly a draw. Because this is one of those weird circumstances where it's a draw even though Even the sorry, yeah, but yeah, it's a draw here, despite black having an extra pawn and bishop, because there's no way to make progress. So
Yeah,
just push the
man.
pawn, Andrea. She did not push the pawn. She played bishop to b6. I just don't
She
get why after she plays g4 and realizes, oh, I should get a new queen. I just don't understand why she's not continuing, Dina.
Well, because she learned the power prophylactical moves, the base of the Russian school of chess. She thinks that this is dangerous, and when you move the bishop, then you're gonna do this, and then after this, you're losing. I mean, actually, it's yeah. No, oh sorry, what's the win here? Oh, it's this b2. I mean, she cannot calculate. She has fears, and I understand her. I've been in those situations. It's like when you see ghosts and you want to be overprotective. Sometimes prophylactical thinking is extremely important. Unfortunately, this is not the moment, but Andrea is low on time, so she just want to make sure her opponent. She just doesn't, yeah, she doesn't trust her calculation or doesn't feel confident calculating all that. She wants to be able to push it smoothly without any headache from the b5 pawn.
Oh yeah, sorry, I undid your analysis there. But what about knight to e5 now?
Mm, she didn't calculate that.
Are we
I guess we
not
can.
terrified of this?
I think it's like it's one of those moments when Andrea doesn't think, "What about this?" She thinks, "I don't like this because of that, so I'm gonna do this." But she doesn't ask herself the question, "But if I do this, what's happening if he does that?"
Ooh, and there's a very nice line here. Knight takes g4, pawn takes, and then rook e4, and there's no way of protecting this pawn. We could get rook and bishop versus rook here.
Man, how many? I love betting. Now that we crossed 12,000 viewers, you should make a bet, participate in the giveaway, and use the command raffle and fill out the form if you want to claim your $1,000 or $500 because we got 4 prizes today. But I love betting, and I want to bet with you, Hammer, that there is no chatter out there who knew that beautiful line that you suggested. Oh god, I will never be able to find it.
King d5 has been played. Dina, King d5. Both players are less than 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, you wanna?
Okay, so rook here, pawn up, king back here, and now Madalena went with the king back to d5. So she's going back and forth here. I don't really understand. I guess she's going for this. Andrea, she moved her bishop away, but now the bishop is no longer controlling the g1 square. So it's not helping this pawn advance as well as it was previously. Rook to d6 puts pressure on the bishop. Both girls less than a minute. But
I'll tell you what's going on. There is absolutely no logic or connection between Andrea's moves. That is because she's living her life day by day. She's playing her chess move by move. Mama Botes called me and Andrea is still playing. Yes, she is, because she is not confident. And I can understand when you're facing a kid and you're winning, but you don't see how to win. You start going crazy. Your mind goes crazy. And here Andrea is just every time she looks at position and thinks it's a new position. And she's trying to find a new plan. Your mom is in church, but checking in. That's that Sunday church day. Got it.
So this bishop now has been moving around quite a bit. All of these times Andrea has moved the bishop, she could have been pushing pawns to become new queens. But now, Andrea, finally, the moment has come. Get that pawn closer to becoming a new queen, surely.
Please.
Pretty please.
Please, Andrea. We're begging you.
No. She went back.
There is something tactical that she doesn't like about pushing the pawn. I guess
Yeah,
she
well,
wants
I
to
guess
push them together.
here, if g3, she's scared that the king is going to kick out her rook.
And she's
And
goddamn right. Rook to
what?
where?
Rook to Did Madalena just misplace that rook? She could have gone rook to d6 and it would have been the same position for a second time.
Was it a misclick?
I don't know. But now Andrea's bishop is not under attack, so she takes the opportunity to push the pawn. I think Madalena just... I'm not sure. I think she just messed up where she put her rook.
No, that's not possible because she doesn't let the
Wait,
piece...
oh no, she has a trick. Oh my god, she was trying to create a trick for Andrea. That is so sneaky. The rook giving a check on the king, and if the king captures the rook, then the knight comes in with an attack against the king and the rook. Oh no, I got tricked. She tricked me. I thought she had just blundered, and so did Andrea. But now Andrea has to deal with this whole situation. The thing is, Andrea doesn't even need to capture the rook. She can just move away, and she does. She chooses not to capture the rook because her rook on f3 is so well placed.
Can everyone just slow
And now
down?
if king e4, then Andrea can capture, take here, and if check, then rook blocks, and she wins, right?
Careful not to take the b5 though. Because then, yeah, on the b5 in that line, because then the check would lead to winning the g pawn. All right.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't. She moves the rook away, but now Andrea has this pawn that can just push up the board to become a new queen. Yet
Please.
again, Madalena goes for the attack on the bishop, but this time Andrea's pawn has gotten so far up the board that it is safe to continue its journey towards the new queen. Andrea moves the bishop.
Oh, right.
Now the king comes back to attack the rook, but Andrea can still just get the queen, right?
Yes. Andrea, what's your problem?
No, actually, if pawn to g2, then rook g6 stops the pawn. The rook can be captured, but then the knight comes in, check on the king, and then the knight stops the queening square. Yeah, this is still winning. This is still winning for Andrea, but it's not as obvious as it was earlier.
Oh.
Let's go back to the current position.
She played rook.
She
rook
doesn't
to
go
f1.
g2.
Okay. Now, okay.
Knight f4, trying to protect this square with the knight, but now Andrea can sacrifice her rook against the knight. Rook takes knight, king takes, bishop in, pointing towards the rook, towards the king. That's game over.
Not necessarily, because remember the pawn on a6 is still...
And she only has seconds left, and she didn't find it.
Oh.
She goes rook check. It's fine. It's fine. Rook check. Yeah, no, this is better, actually. This is better.
It's
forcing the rook forward, and then the knight is pinned, so the pawn can promote.
It is much better, because in that line you were showing just before, we would have to deal with the h6 pawn and the bishop and the rook versus the rook, and good luck on winning that one in faster than 75 moves.
But now it should be over. Andrea has this situation under control.
Finally, it's right about time.
Yeah, it's been quite the adventure. The rook blocks.
Yeah, look at Madeline.
Andrea can just
She's not
trade
even.
and get the pawn forward.
Madeleine had this pose where she was like, "What have I just done?"
Okay, but no, now she goes for the trickiness. Dina, back to the story we were telling earlier. Rook takes on f3. Andrea eliminates the defender, but it would have been easier to just trade the rooks and then go with a new queen. After
we're not
king
gonna
takes
win
rook,
this.
rook takes rook, king
We're not gonna
can now
win
go
this.
back.
Hammer, we're here for another 3 hours.
And it should be an easy win, Dina.
Come on, it's the wrong corner. Everybody knows that. Every chatter knows that. It's the wrong corner.
Yeah, but you have the rook. It's still winning.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my king on h1. I'm gonna put my rook on b1. We're here. I'm telling you, we're here for another 2 hours of grind.
It's very easy to check the king out of the corner, though.
I'm gonna put the rook on the first rank. I mean, man. I'm just
Andrea
standing here.
really benefiting from this uptick in stream numbers.
Nah,
She's
she
trying
doesn't.
to extend the stream as long as she can with the high stream numbers.
I think she just wants more people to participate in the giveaway by using the command raffle and filling out the form using the email address that you have for your Coinbase account. You can participate in $2,500 for today's giveaway. This is what she wants you to do because she knows once the game is over, once she claims to win the giveaway, countdown is stopped. So use your time, make the best out of the opportunity that you have, because for this tournament, Coinbase has been giving us $20,000 in giveaways. This is insane. Never happened on a chat stream before. Use your chance now before it's too late. And I am Serial Hammer. I think here, no, just King H3. Oh, she did play that. Why is she blocking on the dark sides? On the
There's a possibility now that Andrea checkmates this king.
I see that
She
too.
can go h5.
I think best rook e3 first to cut. Rook e, but there is b6, right?
She went rook. Wait, what did she do? She went h5.
Oh, okay. She wants rook e3. But
yeah.
I think rook e3 first, you would cut him and then you would do the same nasty trick. Can I show you? I mean, I'm sorry. Oh no, it didn't happen.
Well, rook e3, there's rook g4.
I just wanna make you promote and then checkmate you with your extra queen. Okay, back to the serial world. h5 happened.
And now to prevent this rook to e3, Madalena has gone rook b3.
Yeah. I mean, Hammer. I'm just standing
now
here.
we can give check and rook e2, and this is checkmate, right?
Wow.
No, because rook up, king up.
No, bishop d8, checkmate. Oh no, it's not. Listen, my friend, I'm telling you, you know what's gonna be the worst is that Andrea's gonna trade thinking that she's winning, and she doesn't know that this is the wrong corner and this is a draw. I want to bet all.
You have no faith.
I mean,
you really don't think Andrea knows this is a draw?
Okay, show me a person in this chat, both on Twitch and YouTube, who knows that this is a draw. I gonna gamble all 20,000 that Coinbase is giving us for giveaways for this tournament that no one watching this knows it. You know why? Because otherwise, if they were so good at chess, they wouldn't be watching this stream.
What would they be doing instead?
They would be trading and then trying to and just pushing the pawn until they realize, oh no, it's a stalemate. There's no way I can kick the king out.
Andrea's
Damn.
doing it. She's going for the checkmate.
I'm telling you. It's a draw. What's a stalemate? Everybody would be like, yeah, I'm winning. Yeah. I'm winning. Yeah. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Yeah, I'm winning. Good luck. Oh no. It's a stalemate. Didn't see that happening. See? This
Oh,
is
she didn't
white.
go for the checkmate anyway.
Good.
Dina, moves are coming in.
All right. I let you do whatever.
So after rook to e4 check, king back, she didn't go for the checkmate threat with rook to e2. Andrea just went back to e6. And then she's put her bishop in a blockading position. Ooh, but now, blunder alert, rook to b4. No, you were so right in having that rook on the third rank, but she lost her concentration, and now rook to e3 is checkmate. Suddenly, the king is out of squares. The only squares we're missing are these two on the third rank, and Andrea finds it. Rook to e3, taking control of those squares, and it's game over. Okay, it has been quite the journey, but the journey has come to an end. And once again, we're going to see Andrea trying to execute a checkmate. Her opponent plays rook c4, bishop d8, that is checkmate. And she's pressing the clock, writing down her move. And this time her opponent, okay. So Andrea has checkmate on the board 2 games in a row. That's incredibly rare. And both times she refuses to just hold out her hand. And she always allows her opponent to make the realization that it is in fact checkmate. To me, that's, yeah. But she's been taught by Papa Botez, who is a scholastic arbiter in the U.S. And Papa Botez, he knows that the 8-year-olds sometimes mess it up. So
and
he's making
it
sure.
is officially the time for you to hurry up because we got the 10-minute countdown. Now on the screens, we got 9 minutes left for you to participate in the giveaway. But make sure not just use the command raffle, but also fill in the Google form where you're going to use the email account that you already use for your Coinbase. Email address that you use for your Coinbase account. You fill in the form, you participate in the giveaway, and you might have a chance to win $2,500. And Hammer, I do want to tell you something that pisses me off the most is that not once, but 2 times in this game, Andrea Botez does a tremendous mistake and lets it slide and gets away with this by getting what she wanted in the end. And I have no power to criticize her because all she's gonna say is, but it worked. So what I did was right. We saw it in the opening and we saw it just here in the end game. This rook to f4 was a tremendous mistake because with the right defense, simply by keeping the king on h3 and the rook on b3 and even the king on h1 and the rook on b1, we would have been sitting here for 2 more hours watching Andrea trying to force her opponent to get out of this corner because it's a wrong corner. It's a very wrong corner. It is winning position, but it is not a practical decision. The easiest win instead should have been done after rook takes. Simple. Don't overthink. Don't be a big head. Be a small brain. Don't be a big brain. And after knight takes e2, just push the pawn. And there's absolutely no way for your opponent to stop this pawn. This would have been ended already by now. But guess what? We're here not for the best chess. We're here for the fun chess, for the ride. And yeah, I hope it serves the lesson, but I do feel frustrated because I don't know how to talk to her. She's not gonna listen because she's gonna think that everything she did was correct because she won. What
Yeah.
do you say, Ham?
No, I mean,
You agree or you agree?
you're pretty much saying she's uncoachable.
I mean, it's fine. She deserved to win. She deserved to win because she has been not winning before. I have exciting news for you. I officially announced the pairings for the round 3. Alexandra Botez on the board 1 against Andrea Botez. This is gonna be the game of the century, ladies and gentlemen.
There's no chance they're playing against each other, Dina. I can't tell whether you're kidding or not.
Wow, no chance. They're both 2 out of 2. They're the only ones 2 out of 2, and they match the rating and the color.
They don't match the rating anymore. They match the ratings this round.
Yeah,
but they're not going to
because-
match the next round because then Andrea's going to be way on the lower specter of the point group.
Oh, yeah, God, you're right. Because Andrea's gonna play. No, but it depends how many. Yeah, I see what you mean. They're gonna be both like the strongest with 2 out of 2 against the weakest 2 out of 2. So they're gonna be playing against lower rateds.
Well, well, no. What I'm saying is that Andrea is going to be one of the lowest rateds with 2 points out of 2, and Alexandra is the highest rated
So they're
with
gonna
2
get
out of
paired.
2. And so if Alexandra will then play against the person who's on the first person on the lower half, and Andrea is going to be one of the last people on the lower half.
I see what you mean. Okay, basically, chat, for those who do not understand, meaning for all of you, I'm translating from Norwegian to English. In the tournaments, in the Swiss tournaments, Swiss pairings, let's say you got 10 people with 2 out of 2, with 2 points. You divide this group into half. We got 5 and 5. So Alexandra here, number 1, is gonna get paired against this guy over here, who is like, let's say, I think that's 1600. And Andrea here, number 2, is gonna get paired against this guy, who is like 1700. So this is how, and then you do this, and then you do this, and then you do this, and then you connect. This is, I mean, something like that. This is how you connect. But you don't like connect like this. Instead, you connect like this. Does it make sense? Okay, that was... Okay, I went a little bit too far. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 minutes before the end of the countdown. 4 more minutes to participate in the giveaway. Type Coinbase and Ruffle commands in chat. Fill in the form. Use the same email address that you already have in your account to claim your 25,000 in cash in crypto. And even if you don't win, you're gonna get extra free $20 just by signing in if you use the promo code. Make sure to use the promo code BOTEZ20. Right after the countdown, we're gonna have the sisters. You are entered every day if you fill out the form. So just one time is gonna guarantee you to participate in a giveaway during the whole tournament. The whole 9 rounds. The unique opportunity. Coach Hammer is so proud, so proud. I can see him being there. He's so impressed by his student Banzea, who learn how to prepare his students.
Alexandra had a good game. Andrea, like she had a good, she had an amazing 5 moves, and then things happened, and I just, yeah. This whole Dina said you got to take the kids into the end game, and I'm just not sure that applies for Andrea. Andrea's end games are not. Well, I actually spent some time with Andrea trying to help her and improve her end games, and I kind of felt like her main problem was that she was making herself believe that she was bad because she had this preconception that she was bad. And now I'm starting to think maybe she was right.
What? How dare you? Take your words back.
No,
2
but you
minutes.
gotta
still have
push
2
the
minutes for
pawns
that.
in the end game.
No,
right?
you're wrong, and I'm gonna prove that to you and to everybody. There is no such a thing, chat. There is no such a thing as being bad at endgames because it's not a skill. It's a knowledge, which basically means the same thing. You can get good at endgames by studying them. You see what I mean? And it's basically like DJing. If Andrea is able to study DJing, it's just a learning skill. You get it by learning. So as long as you want to study, you become good at it. And I guess the most important point here, where you're wrong, is that everything is relative. Andrea's opponent was a kid, and that kid, that girl, played the endgame even worse. So Andrea's point of trading the queens turned out to be right. Because she was better than her opponent. So she took her opponent into the territory that was in her advantage. And even though both played complete nonsense, the white pieces nonsense was bigger.
And congratulations to those of you who got the prediction right. Andrea did win in the end, and I think it was a deserved victory. I'm giving her a bit of a hard time, but it was a deserved victory. And well, now 20 seconds more, and we'll have the winner for the raffle. And then we're going to get the girls. Is that right?
Yes, 10 seconds left. 8 seconds. 6, 3, 2, 1. And the winners are... Wait for it. We gotta announce it. We are gonna announce the winners soon. Stay tuned. We're gonna do that right after the interview. Or actually, no, we already have them. We already have them. All right. Should I spill the beans? Should I spill the beans now?
The suspense.
I guess it's a yes.
Yeah, no. Alexandra said yes, please.
All right. And the winners are Feru Mirl, Perix 25, Miami Kane 99, and Marburger Warlex. Congratulations! These are the 4 winners of today's giveaway. And they are gonna be contacted via the email address they used to get their info. I'm curious if they are in the chat. Hello. Congratulations to all of the winners. And we are going to be joined by the girls right after. And that is a very cool animation. I got quite... how they say... I don't know, Out of the Comfort Zone by Andrea's message.
Yeah, we have like 4 different Discord groups now, chat. So we're trying to figure out which one to put the girls in. But once we figure that out, we're gonna get Alexandra on live from Sardinia.
Hello.
Wait, let me just turn your guys' audio up because my laptop is very quiet lately for some reason. I'm calling off my laptop because the internet is very bad. Hi, Dina. Hi, Hammer. How are you guys?
We're good. We're happy.
Congratulations, amazing game.
Should we give Vila a second to get the scenes set up?
Absolutely.
As
What
long
a
as you can
great
deal with the
idea.
awkward silence.
What if we sing a song together?
We did almost start singing Bohemian Rhapsody on stream earlier.
Andrea is waiting for you, so you can use this option time to open the door for her.
Oh yeah, okay, I'll go open the door.
Beautiful. Beautifully set up. All right, guys. I have I'm okay. Before they come in, Andrea listened to my comments and doesn't want to join the commentary anymore. Literally when I was giving a girl a compliment.
That's okay. Okay, you want to sit here? Yeah. I'm just watching your game here. I'll move this. That was so bad. I'm so ashamed. I don't want to be on camera. That was so bad. I don't know what I was doing. I had so many brain for why is this blue? Well, I don't know. It's a webcam because my internet doesn't work on my phone. I should have brought my MacBook. Okay, first thing, okay, there was lots of mistakes, and then I have this really annoying superstition where on move 40, I know that if I let the clock run out, I will get an extra 30 minutes. But in my head, I always battle my thoughts and say, well, are you supposed to be on move 41 or move 40? So then I made my move on move 40 really quick, and then I spent the next 15 minutes thinking, and I bet if I would have just taken my time, I would have found a better move than rook back. But I had this superstition that if I was going to let the clock run out on move 40, I wasn't going to get more time. And that was really stupid. But I don't know. I just have this thought every game that I can't let it run out because you see it going down to 0 and it's so stressful. And I know that that was the critical moment where I should have thought, but I couldn't.
Yeah, that's when you played Rook B7, right?
Which was like a terrible move, yeah. But it was just because I was afraid that somehow, I don't know, the world. Oh my God, Alex, it's terrible. What? I just wanted people to see it. It's like I can't even see anything. You can turn it down a little.
Yeah. I just need Vila
all the way
needs to
down.
switch the board source.
Yeah, please. I don't want it in my face. I can't see it. That's it. Flashbang. So I know that was one big mistake, and then show board. Let me look. And then I bet there were many. I was just like so scared to push my pawns. Then I don't know if I pushed the wrong pawn because I, for some reason, saw some line where if I would have pushed the H pawn, the rook would check me and the king would keep my king in a box. And I don't know. I was seeing a lot of things. It was so stressful. I can't play versus these 11-year-old girls. She was just, her best friend was watching, and at the end her best friend came and gave her a hug, and her dad was there, and I can't play against kids. I can't do it. No, I don't have it in me. Really hard, and her best friend was supporting her best friend the entire time. Wait. And I'm pretty sure it was her best friend who was spamming in chat, because there was one person who was like, go Madalena, heart, go Italy, and that must have been her. It was very sweet. This girl,
That's so cute.
The entire time, and they were, oh God, I can't do it. Oh, hello, everything okay?
Yeah, we're good. We just needed to fix so that we could see the board.
Okay. But I know that endgame was just a disaster. Yeah, I mean, there's probably so many more moves I could have done. So many things I could have done here to prevent, like even looking at it, okay, probably not bishop f2, but anything to not let the king in. But it was this superstition that I only had 30 seconds to make a decision. And it was so stupid.
Andrea, I'm gonna tell you something you will be surprised to hear.
Yeah.
I don't think it was a wrong thing to do. I do it, in fact, all the time myself, but slightly for a different reason, not for a superstition, but just because I write so hectically, just like you do. I never know if the move 40 is really move 40 or move 39.
Exactly. That's another thing. Yes, that's another superstition.
You and your opponent had a 40.
I didn't want to take that risk. I couldn't flag
But-
to a 13-year-old girl.
Yeah, you
I
cannot
wouldn't
trust
give it
them.
down.
So what I have as a rule when those in those moments is always make a move 41 if you can, just in case to be on the safer side. So I actually think you did a great job there. I think it was the
But
right
terrible
decision.
move.
Hammer, do you agree with the strat?
I mean, I have beautiful penmanship. My score sheet is always 100% correct. So I struggle to relate to this whole conversation.
Yeah, no. Usually, like when I notate, I miss like 3 moves. But me and the little girl were both on move 40, but I didn't want to take the risk. Didn't want to
I
take the
only
risk.
trust when I'm playing against people who have a perfect notation or adults. I would sometimes trust them, but I know that I always miss moves. So I think it's important to do a 41 move. I think you did the exactly right job. And your position was so good, and you did make a lot of mistakes, but your position was so good that you were all the end game, you were always winning. And in fact, like there are a few moments that we were really mad at you, but for some reason you kept always kind of like letting that slide and playing really great right after, which would always back up all your mistakes.
Dina, it's okay. I love you, and you don't have to sugarcoat it. And you can tell me my chess was shit, and you can tell me the mistakes I made, because I know that was way more stressful than it should have been.
I mean, bro, first of all, when you played knight to g3, I just wanted to come there and slap you on the face with something. But when I saw you play c6 and then b5, I just wanted to give you the biggest kiss and the hug that I ever gave you, because I was so proud of you in that moment.
She's both a loving mother and a stern one.
Wait, what do you mean knight to g3? What?
I mean,
You mean
Andrea,
knight up?
didn't your mother tell you that we don't sacrifice knights for pawns?
You're not supposed to take that bishop.
Andrea, it's not a bishop, it's a pawn.
Oh, wow. I'm shocked. I thought without a doubt you'd take that bishop. I never even considered not taking it. Ah, and yeah, I see what you're saying. No, that makes sense. You just go back. Oh,
No!
wow. No, knight f4. I thought about knight f4, but I thought so obvious. I thought like Ivanchuk in 3 seconds would take the bishop, so I took the bishop because I thought what Ivanchuk would do.
Well,
And I, in my head, had a vision of him taking very quickly, so I took very quickly.
you need more connection with him.
No. Me and Ivanchuk have spent a lot of time together, and it was just a move that I thought he would make in seconds. So
Andrea,
when you have an Ivanchuk moment, you should have an Ivanchuk moment. So I took the bishop.
you can't insult him like that.
Yeah, no, this is Ivanchuk battering. I mean, he cannot be associated with anything to do with knight takes g3. That is not okay.
I was reviewing games and getting some feedback from grandmasters, and the grandmaster's like, "Oh, like this is a move that Ivanchuk would do in 3 seconds." So I kept trying to channel that energy during my game, and I just thought that was the moment to do. So I did it very quickly because I just thought, okay, this is clearly very obvious.
Could you please
Yeah.
explain to us why it was so good in your thought process?
Because so the Ivanchuk would take this juicy bishop, and then I push the pawn, and I get the space. And then I have space. And when you have space, you play like grandmaster. And that was my thought. But I did see knight f4, and I considered it, but then I thought, what would Ivanchuk do?
All right. So just to keep it, now that we have this unique opportunity when you actually want to listen, we need to embrace it. So keeping it short, the bishop on g3 is a pawn. You should not want to give away knight for it. Plus, you're activating your opponent's rook, and you're really like, you are led with your pawn on g7, another pawn. And basically, your mistake was even earlier when you pushed g5, because this is what we should never do in King's Indian. Your plan is to push f5, which you did, but your plan is to take with a pawn, not to take with a piece, because that leads to a blockade, which happened in the game on e4. So that was the first mistake. But then you had a chance to resurrect yourself, even after playing this horrible g5. You had a chance to resurrect yourself by putting the knight to f4, because this is an outpost. Even though it is not an open file, you would actually have the strongest knight in your opponent's territory and rotten their soul deep inside with this knight. And if you say, but that's the same thing, they just take with a bishop. No, my dear, it's not, because the pawn on e5 takes the knight and opens up your big ass pawn on g7.
I saw this was very good, and I saw this position, said, okay, this is winning, and then I thought knight g3 is also winning. So I just thought I made the other winning move, but I saw this and knew it was very good, but I also thought my move was very good, but I guess one was very wrong and one was very good, and that's usually how it goes.
The bright side is that you made it work eventually, but obviously with the help of your opponent. But you did do a fantastic job right after, when you realized you needed to open the center, make your pawns push for any price, and you did it with c6 and b5. b5 was a grandmaster move. To be honest with you, Coach Hammer I suggested b5, and he said Andrea will never play it, and I said yes, she will.
I did not say that. Did I?
And then you did play it.
No, this makes sense. This was a critical mistake. I just, had a big gut feeling on this one. But this is usually the way I learn my lesson. Because I thought surely the position I get is very good. And seeing that game was not very easy at all, and almost losing and almost drawing and very, very bad, now I see that it was not very good. I just had to learn a 5-hour lesson to understand.
No, but this has nothing to do with how the game went, Andrea. You're connecting the result to the one action you made in the opening.
Okay.
So knight to f4, this is knight takes is bad because it opens up for the rook on the h file, and it keeps your bishop buried behind your dark square pawns.
Yeah, true.
And you'd rather have the knight being very nicely placed in the opponent's half, where the opponent cannot capture it because it then activates your bishop. But also, just to emphasize, did you understand why you shouldn't play g5 here?
So is there a way they could have prevented this? No, I don't understand. No, I don't know.
No, so you could have gone knight h5 immediately. This way, you're also getting to the f4 square. So what is the difference between this and what you did? The difference is that now when you play the f5 move, like you did in the game, anytime they capture this one, you can take back with the pawn to keep your good control in the center of the board.
Okay, I see now. I understand. Yeah, I just did that move so naturally because I know when I play the London, I hate when people go g5, knight h5 and take my bishop. So because I hate when people do it against me, I thought it was very good if I did it against them.
Very good. And that explains why you did it. But can you now, with hindsight, identify the difference in situation that means this is not good for black in this instance, while it is good for black in the London and similar systems?
Yes. Because the rook is still on h1.
No.
Oh, I thought that was the answer. I really thought that was going to be the answer. I don't know what other answer it is.
It's a tough one. I can help. Ask yourself, what was the root of all your problems? What was the worst piece in the game for you?
Bishop.
The bishop. So the difference is that when you play London and your opponents play g5, their e5 pawn is on e7, which keeps the diagonal for the bishop open.
Oh, okay.
And basically, by playing g5, you built into the soul of your sister and every other King's Indian player, because the only plan in King's Indian is to push f5 and capture back with a pawn. By playing g5, you kill the only possible plan in the game. So look into your sister's eyes and tell her that you really respect her after playing g5.
Right here. I do not. Last time she put me in a chokehold. I'm not doing that.
Because you wouldn't admit I'm stronger.
I will not admit that to someone who choked out their own sister.
Sometimes you have to assert dominance.
Yeah. Anyways, I think the lessons have been learned.
I'm exactly. I'm allergic to disrespect.
There is one more important thing. Well, once again, really, I want to stress out, this is not a pep talk. You know, I'm an honest person. I would never just flatter you without any reason. I think after that, you did a fantastic job. All your moves were you missed one opportunity, which was tough to spot, but C6 and B5 were amazing, and then the pawn push, and then you had a perfect harmony. Okay, everything what happened in the end game, I blame you because you were brain fogged, and that's understandable. I think one lesson you need to learn from that is when
don't trade here.
when in the end you had the winning option just to take the rook, but instead you decided to be a big brain instead of being a small brain, and you realized later, I guess, that the corner is the wrong color. So had your opponent not blundered the mate and just kept the king on h3 and rook on b3, I think you would have to struggle for another 2 hours.
No, I knew I had I don't think I would have won. I was just literally hanging on for dear life, hoping this surely can't be what my life has come to, losing to a 13-year-old kid live on camera after 2 months of playing chess and blundering a magnificent endgame. But I knew I was doomed. I knew there was no hope. But I got very lucky.
But again, I think it was a wise decision. We have been fighting with Hammer on this one, and I'll let him say his input right after. But I really loved you going to the end game. Hammer was saying that you play endgames bad, and I said it didn't matter because your opponent plays endgames even worse. And if you did it on purpose, then it was definitely the right decision because this is what made you win the game. Because your opponent was playing, you say you were playing bad, but she was playing so much worse. So it was a right decision to go to the end game.
Of course it was. It was the best
But
moves.
the are very good at compliments. I'll take it, I guess.
I did not say all of that, Andrea. But I'm happy that we could talk about the significance of the G5 move and knight to G3. I think those were two very important moments in the opening. And then I want to say that this B5 move you played, and then also the E4 move, was absolutely brilliant. So B5 was fantastic.
I mean, that was the only good moment of the game, but yes.
No, but E4 also was very, very good.
Yeah.
Or is natural for Andrea.
I
She
would
would
have
do
taken
E4.
I would have taken the bishop, I think. That was my first
Andrea
instinct.
would never take. She always pushes when she can.
Yeah, well, okay, the G5 structure is a valuable lesson because I think a lot of times I have things that in my head I just think look so good in the surface, and then okay, you have to play out the position and then you understand it and then never make the mistake again. So lesson learned. And then I guess I mean, the end game, enough has been said about the end games, but the entire time the voice I had in my head was Dina from Charlotte going, "Take that kid into the end game," and that's just the only thing that kept me going.
There you go. I told chat exactly that. Man, I knew that. I think we have a connection, Andrea, because I kept telling chat, I know Andrea learned that from Charlotte.
I did. It's just, take that kid in the end game. Take your kid in. I was just so angry at the kid, and the kid did nothing wrong, but I had to take the kid into the end game. And that's all. I hope I don't get paired against any more kids.
It worked. That's amazing.
So, what about my game, guys?
Well, you played a perfect game.
I doubt I played perfect.
What you did. There were a few moments, but you actually did.
You played a very good game, Alexandra. You had one moment where you blundered almost everything right before the end.
My dad said that you didn't even see the move until the engine.
No, of course I didn't.
Wait. Let me pull up the text. It was very funny. So my dad texts me and he goes, "If you read this before you talk to Hammer, he did not find Queen takes d4 for the opponent before the engine show it. He noticed Knight a4 is bad and didn't know why."
Oh yeah, no, but I'm where I'm at. Oh, our technical setup we're gonna talk about, but we've managed today quite well. But I have no engines the way I'm set up, so
Oh,
I realized what was good about it because the engine made an output, and I needed a couple of seconds to
No,
understand what was wrong.
That's fair.
But yeah,
Okay,
I
sorry.
was definitely helped
What
by
was-
the engine going crazy to understand why you had made a mistake.
What were the mistakes?
Vila, can you switch to? Oh yeah, you have. Well done,
I think
Vila.
there was, if I remember correctly. I mean, Alex, I'm truly struggling to find mistakes for you, but if you ask me, I will do my best. I think Hammer was suggesting that f4 might have been a bit too early, but I don't remember if there was a way. The knight on g4, somewhere f4 might have been a bit too early, but that was your plan anyway.
Because I was worried if I didn't play f4 early, c4 lines were really annoying. At least what I looked in the prep, it seemed like it would have been harder to play. Oh, you meant go knight d2 instead of taking?
Well, that was Dina's suggestion. I thought taking was fine, but I wanted it. I thought f4 was a bit too much. I wanted to just go knight b5 and then bring the bishop to c3. I think this is a very nice way of playing.
And then what about c4 here?
Well, anytime you play c4, you disconnect this pawn from the rest of the stuff. And if you just continue calmly, I just don't see, like, even if he gets the knight to d3, I don't really see what the knight is doing there. Well, I guess it can go to c5. Oh, well, knight to d3 here, we can just take on c4.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it's tricky because Alex, c4 can be easily justified by, it's like you need to calculate. So if you tactically were not sure, then I can totally understand you were uncomfortable with it, because it usually just tactically either works or not. It is often an idea for black, and there are many ways when it works.
But I guess f4, the way you played it, it worked out beautifully. So I don't really have any massive objections against it. I do think b3 was a mistake, though.
Interesting.
Because when you play b3, you're preventing yourself from going knight b5 next. And then the question is, can black try and exploit this? He went queen b6 and bishop to b2. And here he made a mistake with rook c8, and he could have gone c4.
I looked at c4, but then wait, I didn't play bishop b2.
Oh, sorry. You played rook b1?
You mean after queen?
Yes. Yeah, here I played rook b1.
And now c4 then.
Yeah, and now c4 I could go b4.
Well, then there's bishop takes c3.
Oh,
I
and rook takes a.
calculated that line. And then I think it froze. I thought this would be okay for me at the end.
Chocolate. Someone's got a little bit
My
of
concern
It's
is
dark
that
chocolate,
you've been
not
so
like-
aggressive with all your pawns that there might be some issues. If you recapture, then even something like, well, then rook takes a4, you can get attacked along the second rank. That's part
We
of the
lost
reason-
you.
Yeah.
We're back. Sorry.
You're saying my internet is bad?
No, we're good. So
No,
basically,
it's
yeah, the
hard.
pawn
hard.
falls.
Okay. So here is one of the reasons why keeping the pawn lower it could be beneficial, because now the rook can try to attack you in through the second rank. And there's also some concerns about the knight coming to just get very nice counterplay in towards the center of the board. And you cannot protect this pawn easily with f3, for instance, because your pawn already went up there. And also because you pushed the pawn to f4, now your bishop cannot join an attack against the black king, which would be the number one way of punishing black for giving away their fianchetto bishop.
Okay, so you think knight... There was a reason I didn't play knight... Can you go back? 'Cause I was concerned about knight b5 for a reason.
I will strike again when the time's right.
Here, instead of b3?
Yeah.
I'm not as good as her, chat.
Or... okay. My concern with knight, I guess I thought. What did I think? I just wanted to prevent c4, but I guess you can't even play c4 yet.
Yeah, no, the thing is, by playing b3, you're actually allowing c4. That's the irony.
No, that makes sense. Okay.
Okay. And other than that, everything you did was fantastic.
Tactic at the end that the computer found, because I completely missed it.
Yeah, no, you completely missed that. Yeah, that wasn't great. But other than that, it was fantastic.
Oh.
And just in general, this maneuvering you had with the knight to a3, really, really good. Getting the knight to c4. And that's also what we talked about, being more attentive to the outposts. Andrea didn't really do that today since she allowed the opposing knight to be on e4. And she could never kick the white knight away because she had given her opponent an outpost. And here instead we see you utilizing your outpost to the maximum effect.
Yeah, we were even saying how you should give a lesson to Andrea on importance
Oh,
of
sister, I'm
blockading.
happy. You're a coach. You're clearly the favorite student, so enjoy the compliments.
It's not. I'm only the favorite student this round.
Exactly. So enjoy your moment. I will let you have it.
I don't remember exactly how he played it.
Oh, you blundered. Yeah, there was one moment you blundered the pawn. Were you aware of that? After
No.
knight
I
a5.
want to see it. I was also instead of queen b7 at the end, if he played his rook to b8, I was curious if I could take on g6 or if I had to play queen d1. We'll get there.
There was
I'm
a
not
moment
sure we're gonna
here.
get there because I'm struggling to remember the game.
Yeah, there was a moment. I'll try to find it. There was a moment here, Alex, that was actually it was also critical for us. At first, we were really mad with you after Rook F1 because we didn't want you to push the F pawn. We thought that was a bad decision strategically. Instead, you should focus on pushing the E5 pawn. But then when you put your queen to f3, we were like, oh, wait a second, maybe she's smarter than us. Maybe she wants to push e5 after having put the preparation on f7. But still, we really wanted you to play e5 until you played f5 and got the winning position and proved that's wrong. But I think it's an important discussion to have because whenever you push f5, you weaken e5.
I was thinking about e5 as well, but after rook f8, I just didn't see the follow-up with that.
Yeah, maybe like I guess we were rooting for e5 before rook f1. But maybe what you did was also like good or even better. Yeah. I mean, in those moments, Alex, it's just as long as you know that you're giving away an important square, but you know that you justified with your calculation, it's fine. Like there is no problem to do strategical mistakes when you know, then you're aware of them.
So after f5, f6 is horrible for him because he's blocking.
I know when he
his own
saw it, I
bishop.
was like, oh my god, thank god, because this was very stressful. I assumed he was lost after this. But I am curious, after f takes, h takes, queen g4, rook b8, could he, well, what do I do after rook b8? Because after rook b8, I was calculating, but it was scary. Like, I can't take on g6, right?
Can or cannot?
I don't know. I was still finishing up the calculation between if I just had to go back to d1 or if I could take on g6.
Something best.
Can you go? I actually want to see this, Andrea.
Hi, Mom.
Um.
Hello. We're on stream.
So I guess takes.
No, we're on stream.
Because it's actually not obvious here. Like, do I take, and then play rook f4, rook g4? Do I go for h5, h6? Like, I was looking at all of these, but it's actually very stressful.
Yeah. No, I can see that.
We didn't know that. We didn't know ourselves. We would have to calculate, Alex, to answer your question.
You guys, yeah, I can tell that nobody calculated this but me. Okay, let's
we
just see.
actually calculated in the game. We calculated here, I think.
Here we calculated, yeah.
Here we
wanted queen takes g6 and knight e3.
Yeah.
Wait, queen takes and then like that? Wait, you wanted what?
Knight e3 after rook takes.
It's a
Knight
crazy
e3.
move.
Oh my god, I
Idea
completely missed queen takes d5. That's wait, why could it Oh, okay, that's a cool idea.
Yeah, it's a rook sacrifice, so it
We
requires
kind
some calculation.
We
Okay,
kind of
I'm gonna
calculated the similar thing, but in another move order. But your question is very legit.
No,
Maybe the
that
same
makes
thing
sense.
works.
I just blundered a full pawn. Holy smokes.
Well, not only the full pawn, but also the queen trade when you were having a massive attack.
Yeah. No, that's not great.
So what Alexandra is talking about right now, chat, is she already skipped ahead to her knight a5 move. And then this queen takes d5 exploits the pin along the fourth rank.
Yeah, wow, completely missed.
We just thought you wanted to execute the double Botez gambit on the board. Right
Not
side, you're
quite.
still winning.
Yeah, no, that's true. Okay, well, I feel like Andrea is having ADHD, and I have been waiting for her to eat dinner, and I got my 10,000 steps in today, actually. But yeah, I mean, Hammer, you and I could look over a slightly more too after when we get the opponent. But I'm pretty good. We're both 2 out of 2, you guys. The sisters have a perfect score.
Did you notice, Alexandra, that all the 4 top boards in round 1, none of the top seeds managed to win? So before this round, you were the highest rated player on 1 point.
Oh my god, so am I now the highest rated player?
That's funny.
Oh my god,
Well,
do you know what my performance rating is? It's 26-25.
Wizardry is that.
Yeah, that's right, chat.
Yeah,
Hammer, I think I'm higher rated than you.
Maybe on Leech.
Andrea, what does this say? Can
Yeah, I
you
don't
please read?
know who did the math.
Can you please read my performance
Their
rating?
numbers like
Well,
crammed
yours is
next to us.
2400, by the way.
Yeah, both of those. I would not say I played like a 2400. Okay.
Hammer is hiding.
Dinner time, guys. I didn't have lunch and I didn't have breakfast today. All I had was some carrots and some cucumbers. Because did I tell you how they cook the chicken around here? Can you tell? With their hands. And they take the rami and they slap it on the oven. And then they take the chicken. And then they put the chicken back. And then after they take the chicken, they put the chicken 3 times. They touch the raw meat with the cooked chicken. And then they mix all the meat sauce. And then they take the bloody steak and they slap it with their hands because man's got no time. And then after he cooks the chicken, he takes the chicken, takes his big bottle of olive oil and he goes, ooh, and salt. And then he goes, bon appetit. And so it's chicken. And then today I was sick all day and I couldn't have any food all day.
The problem
But now it's
I
dinner
ate
time.
this chicken for lunch, so I might be sick tomorrow.
I ate a chicken for lunch and dinner because it's the only edible thing that the little kids didn't touch with their little kid chicken nugget fingers. And I'm pretty sure the chicken gave me food poisoning. So I didn't get food all day. So that's why I'm barely hanging on. And it's dinner time, Alex. It's dinner time.
Dinner time, dinner time, dinner time, dinner time, dinner time, dinner time, dinner time.
And before you go to dinner, do you have anything you want to say to the community about the chess.com groups?
You have your
The
club.
We have a club. We have a club.
You have a club. And you get a host weekly
Are we in
community
the club? Wait, are we in the club?
You gotta host weekly community arenas, and winners will get diamond memberships for chess.com.
This was my idea. I didn't know that we were already putting it into place, but I talked to Hammer and I suggest this to our team. Okay, well, I didn't know we were already doing them. That's awesome. Okay, yeah. All right, guys. So we wanted to do a little bit more of community events, and I was talking to Hammer about it, and Hammer was like, "I would host the arenas." I was like, "Really?" So we're going to be doing weekly community events in our Discord with arenas. Hammer is going to be hosting, and we will give diamond memberships.
Am I hosting? I have my availability demanding. Wait.
Wait, Hammer, are you not hosting? Why would you throw? I thought you were.
Vila says, before ending, can you tell people to join the BotezLive Club on chess.com, where we will have weekly community arenas and winners will get diamond memberships. They can join by using !club in chat. Vila sent us this message.
He will host us. He will help host.
If I'm available, I can host.
If Hammer's available, he will host. We will keep recruiting people to help host these when we cannot. But yes, it's okay. Why is the command broken? So you just join on chess.com, and also you should join our Discord because I'm pretty sure that's where we're planning on hosting them. But honestly, we should find a time to host them and find the memberships. But anyway, for now, just join the club. It's gonna happen. It's gonna be good. Hammer will be there occasionally. At some point, we'll rope in Dina. Who knows what other victims will be there to help host these? But yes, we want to do more community events since we're doing tournaments, and we know it's been less on community events. But also, Andrea and I will also do some cozy catch-up storytime streams when we're back. So don't worry. We're gonna do more of all of them. We have many plans.
Return to everything's gonna be amazing.
It'll just be like Andrea's.
After I have dinner.
It'll be like Andrea's plans in the end game.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, it's chicken time. It's time to slap some chicken. Ooh.
Hammer, Dina, thank you guys.
Thank you, Dina. Chat. I am starving, but we appreciate all the good vibes and all the support. She liked me.
I got you. I got you back.
So slobbery. That was disgusting. Never mind. I have nothing good to say.
Sorry.
All right. Well, guys.
Hammer looks so disturbed. Thank you, Dina. Thank you, Hammer. Sorry I roped you in, Hammer. I thought that's what you were telling me. I thought like this was a thing that I didn't know about.
Chop.
But we'll have Hammer when he's available and wants to, so not that often, but maybe sometimes. Okay, thank you guys very much. Bye, guys. Have a good day. We appreciate Dina, Hammer, and chat.
Tomorrow.
Bye.
That went.
I finally
Perfectly.
found the volume button on Discord for adjusting the volume, so that eased it a lot on my end.
Oh, so you did put it down. I see. Well, guys, now that you know, you still have a chance to fight for the giveaway that we have every round here. $20,000 are given away throughout the event, and so far, not 1,000, but 2,500 every day because sisters keep winning. So make sure you stick to that. And on that beautiful note, we're gonna send the raid to AKA Nemsko, our fourth sister. Support her. And yeah, what an amazing day. Another beautiful day in the Botez family. Well-deserved win by Alexandra. Even more deserved win by Andrea. Beautiful endgame technique. She took the kid to the endgame, and this is where it worked out. And Alexandra used the power of a good bishop against a bad knight. As the famous saying goes, even the worst knight is better than the best bishop. Hammer, it was an honor and a privilege sitting here for the 6 hours and staring at the BotezLive hoodie on your chest. what are you gonna wear tomorrow? You're out of the merch. Are you gonna wear Hikaru merch?
I don't know.
Then-
I might do the white hoodie again. It
Right.
brought a lot of luck today. A flawless game from Alexandra almost, and a win for Andrea. But yeah, looking back to bye.
Oh. That was a nice wrap up. Thank you so much, everybody. Make sure to tune in tomorrow because tomorrow and the day after tomorrow we have the giveaways every day. And congratulations to all and thank you all and see you all tomorrow. Bye.